Good morning, everyone. It's that time. We're going to open the AGA Day 2. Woohoo! Yeah. I'm really excited to be here today. There's a lot of really good presentations that are going to be happening. A couple things that I want to go through for housekeeping, just reminders from yesterday. We're going to ask that if you're smoking, if you could just smoke a little bit further away than the entrance. Some people would like to walk through and not feel secondhand smoke. A couple other things, the blue shirts, people who are wearing blue shirts, they are security. If you run into any issues, if you need help or support, contact someone with a blue shirt. We have a registration desk here as well. There's lots of materials that are there. The smoke signals has been printed out. The schedule, minutes from last AGA are there as well. This morning, we're going to start presentations with economic development. I'm also going to be presenting on a project called the Governance Manual. There'll be a break in between. And I guess the last housekeeping item is today at 4 o'clock, there'll be the resolutions. If you want to make a resolution, there are forms here at the desk. You can also pick them up at the front desk. And if you have any questions, you can see April here. She's got a resolution numbers and notes there. So feel free to contact April. April is reminding me that if you are making a resolution, you need someone to move it and second it, and they need to sign the resolution form, or it's an invalid resolution. I'm going to ask Anzel to open our Day 2 with a prayer.
I'd like to open the AGA Day 2. Thank the Creator for everyone here today and to support anyone and all the staff who are presenting today and all the people who showed up to kind of just like be here to support your community and bring up your resolutions and all your ideas so that the band office and the community can work together and moving forward. Amen.
Thank you. That was great. It's not easy to stand up here and pray, and I really want to commend Anzel. Thank you for that. All right, so I'm going to invite Rod Wanillo and Jasmine, who are going to present on economic development. Before I do, I'm just going to take a moment. Yesterday, I listened very carefully to the presenters. I heard questions and comments from the floor, and I heard a lot of themes. One of them is connection and the need to connect with one another. I heard that loud and clear. And so I'm wondering today if you think about connection, if everyone could think about someone that they haven't connected with in a while. Maybe it's an elder, maybe it's a family member, maybe it's someone you haven't seen and they don't even live in Saik'uz, but someone that's on your mind or your heart. I want you today, if you could make that connection to a person, think about them, and reach out. Maybe you just haven't had a chance. Maybe it's been a conflict. Who knows? But whatever it is in the way, think about removing it and reach out to that person today in an effort to create connection and community. I was also thinking a little bit about what Jeremiah was saying, was that in a global context, we're battling electronics, right? Our kids are all on electronics. We ourselves are starting to live our lives through electronics, through social media. And so the connection is an invitation to break that cycle, to start rebuilding connections that are person to person. So I hope that everyone will receive that invitation and take it forward today. All right, Rod, you ready? You might have to ask for next slide.
Oh, wait. We don't have. All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed your breakfast. Some coffee, tea, juice, and water. Before I start, I would acknowledge the presence of our elder, Saik'uz member, chief and council, staff, basically everyone here and online. Welcome on our second day of our annual General Assembly. I want to introduce myself. My name is Rod Juanillo. Pretty much haven't seen me maybe the first time. I started joining Saik'uz this year, January. So it's officially my 7th month with Saik'uz. It has nothing but pure joy and bliss. All right. Later on also, I will be calling Jasmine Thomas, our stewardship lead. Jasmine has been assisting Economic Development Office for the last few months already. Thanks, Jasmine. Yeah, so let's start. We are reporting the fiscal for 2025-2026. Pretty much, I'm not yet here during this period, but I'll be more than happy to share to you updates on the Economic Development Office, what keeps us busy, what we've been doing, and some of the projects that we will be doing in the coming days. All right. Okay. Okay, so at a quick glance, economic development supported four main areas this year. We have the major projects and partnerships. We have the capital and community project support, emergency preparedness support, and business development. Across those areas, there were more than 20 active projects and files, and over $1.5 million in funding was supported or secured for specific programs and capital projects. Economic development helps opportunities organize and moving. So that's what economic development does. So maybe a couple of you here or some of you here doesn't really know what is Economic Development Office. What are they really do? Are they just, there doing all this stuff on their own and all that? But we do a lot as a department that includes supporting partnership, funding, reporting, business structure, and project coordination. Some work shown in this report, especially the capital project and the emergency preparedness, was supported by economic development during this reporting period because coordination help is needed. But these areas are not really like a core portfolio for a long term. So what economic development does is we remain with the projects, especially major projects, business development, funding opportunities, nation-owned entities, and long-term economic growth. The goal is not to chase every opportunity, it is to support responsible opportunities that fits Saik'uz priorities. This is the major projects and partnership that we've been working on in Economic Development Office. I will just run through these projects, but later on, Jasmine on the industry update will be able to give more context and details on some of these projects. So right now we have the NCTL. So we have the Saik'uz, Nadley, Salatin, and Claytonay discussion with the BC Hydro and the province around routing, procurement, Yankadine-led review, historic readiness, and project benefits. We also pursued the recently called for power. Saik'uz pursued a wind farm opportunity, but the proposal were not successful for the meantime, but this is something that helped build knowledge for future submission. We also have the Blackwater mine. Mediation concluded, but legal terms continued working through participation, agreement discrepancies, and timelines. We have the Coastal Gas Leak project, which is complete mechanically with reclamation and phase 2 compressor station possibility still being monitored. So this slide is the current update after March 2026 of this year. This slide is just a note that some work continued after March 2026, which is outside the formal reporting period. So such as the NCTL readiness, which is still ongoing. Some couple of projects close out. Operational planning, land and asset decision, legal follow-up, and economic opportunity tracking continued to move. Some capital projects are now completed or substantially complete, while others are moving into operations, construction, and next step planning. The cultural center construction is substantially complete and is shifting towards operational planning, furnishing, and long-term use. We have the Memorial Park Phase 1 is largely built with major civil utility pathway, fencing, and landscaping work mostly recorded as complete. The Anton Street work is substantially complete, and the fire hall, which as we all know is currently under construction and is already funded and is tendered. The greenhouse and multiplex are more about transition, programming, repair, and some funding needs. All right, so we also have the land assets and future economic use. This slide focuses on land and assets that can support future economic use. So you guys might know the Nelson Farm. It is under the process of the AR process, or the addition to reserve process, while also being currently leased for hay production and considered for future solar or food security opportunities. We also have the Desti building, continues to generate lease revenue. I think there's 3 businesses that's currently renting the Desti building. But yeah, repairs are needed before strong long-term lease decisions can be made. We also have the NUNLA designation planning that is currently in advance, and a gravel pit planning remains an active file. The bigger picture is that the land and the assets give Saik'uz more options when planning future revenue, leasing and development opportunities. For this reporting period, emergency management and community safety is also part of the area where economic development support during the reporting period, but it's also not a core economic development portfolio. ECDF helped with planning tools like the Emergency Preparedness Survey. We also did the Emergency Management Plan, Emergency Operations Center Manual, and Emergency Support Service Manual. But I think moving forward, this work is transitioning to the Fire Smart Coordinator, who will be better positioned to lead emergency preparedness related planning and coordination. So we also have the business development in nation-owned entities. Economic development also support nation-owned business structure. These entities help Saik'uz hold assets, pursue opportunities, and manage risk. We have the AGA resources, which is one of the businesses that we have, is intended to support broader contracting and business opportunities. A big part of this work is not just chasing opportunity, it is making sure the right structure, records, and decision-making process are in place to protect the nation. This slide is also something that Jasmine will be able to provide more context and at the same time further details about this area. Okay. This is also, we have the accountability and governance work. This slide's about economic growth is important, but it has to be responsible. So we also are working on the business accountable framework. It means to help future business decisions follow a clear process before recommendations go to Chief and Council. We also are doing currently responsible in doing board nominations. Corporate housekeeping, CRA records, and reporting are also important because they reduce risk and prevent too much responsibility from sitting with one person. A simple way to say this is responsible growth means opportunity plus accountability. As mentioned earlier, one of the core responsibility of the ECDEV is the funding and support. Funding support is often quiet work behind the scene, but it is what helps move project forward from an idea into an action. So during this reporting period, economic development supported or helped secure over $1.5 million from provincial and federal government and agencies for specific programs and capital projects. The work includes applications, budgets, reporting, funding, communications, some deadlines, eligible cost rules, and coordination with staff, consultants, and partners. So how this benefits the member. The reason this works matter is because it connects back to members. Economic development helps build towards jobs, training, contracting opportunities, safer space, better infrastructure, emergency readiness, and stronger nation-owned assets. Not every benefit happens right away, but some of this work is foundation building, so Saik'uz has stronger choices and better opportunities in the future. We also did a lot of community engagement, which I hope everyone was able to participate. We just had the economic development survey. So community engagement is important because economic development decisions should reflect Saik'uz values, stewardship, and community priorities. Last year, engagement supported major project discussions, surveys, open houses, member-facing updates, and information sharing for Chief and Council decision-making. The simple message to member is stay engaged, ask, and help shape what responsible growth should look like for Saik'uz. So as I've mentioned, we just recently had economic development survey. The survey was closed last week, so I hope everyone was able to participate. There will still be more reporting regarding that survey once we've gathered all the details. It is something that we would love to share with the community. So looking ahead, the priorities are to keep advancing major projects readiness, especially towards around NCTL, the procurement part of the major project, monitoring, permitting, and agreement follow-up. We also need to keep moving capital projects forward, which is currently supported by ACDev, at the same time spearheading by our General Manager, Tracy, including the cultural center operations, the fire hall construction, and the park closeout, while continuing to clarify the proper project management role within these areas. So economic development will also continue supporting business structures, the business accountability framework, boards, records, and member communications. The goal is to keep the work organized, accountable, and connected to long-term benefits. And I think Jasmine will be able to provide more on those areas that special about the business framework. All right, that's basically for me. I thought it's gonna be another slide for. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'd like to, are there any questions for Rod? Nope, okay. Jasmine is gonna, if you can think of anything, there's paper on the tables. You can write down your questions. At the end of Jasmine's presentations, we'll do questions again.
Good morning, everyone. Jasmine Thomas, Nulkayotan, and I'm the Stewardship and Reconciliation Lead with the Nation since last April 2025. So I'm happy to support both Lands and Resources, so working closely alongside Cassandra and the team there. And prior to that, and also with that, been supporting the Economic Development Department and supporting Vincent and Rod in that role since Vincent's on leave. I've been working a lot more closely with Rod and supporting the department for the last 2 months, and just picking up on some of the work that Vincent was leading for the nation in terms of looking at the economic development corporate structures that are currently in place and finding ways where we can seek some alignment. I know one of the questions raised by membership yesterday from Wayne David was, what are all the corporate structures, who's on the board, and Rod did indicate that there are some additional processes that are happening right now to support the filling of board members and defining a process around that. And it's really in alignment with other additional phases, the business accountability framework. We have some alignment with the governance manual that Lisa will be presenting on shortly. So hopefully this is kind of a good segue into some of that. Some of the, well, I guess I do want to acknowledge Vincent and a lot of the work, and Rod, I also want to mention, you know, you've been doing amazing picking up the pieces and taking a lead, and I'm really proud of you for taking that leadership role in that way. So what I hope to cover is a little bit of the background on our corporate history as the nation. What are some of the governance considerations we have to look at, and how this might take some corporate restructuring and reorganization. So I will do an overview of what a proposal we've engaged Airden Burles, a law firm, to help us in that process. We'll have different considerations we'll have to consider in that as well, in terms of corporate accounting, getting those pieces all lined up, and some different governance pathways that'll line up with some of the work that Lisa will be sharing in terms of the governance manual. And just recap of some of the economic pathways that are before the nation, and ways we're looking to advance that. I want to thank Vincent for this. You can't see it. So I have another slide that kind of lists a lot of these different companies, but this is just to give you a snapshot of the organizational chart that's currently in place with our different business entities, you know, where the nation is, and essentially trying to establish a structure that is at arm's length from council. And there's a variety of reasons for that. If I have time after this presentation, I could jump into another one around some of the financial administrative laws that we're trying to get in place to support this. But to break it down, we have different relationships with just Saik'uz entities and partnering nations, and here's a better list so you can hopefully see them. So you'll see I put on the left a bunch of companies that are currently in place that are Saik'uz only. So we have a lot of AGA companies that are in place. Rod kind of mentioned it. It's the primary economic driver of the nation. It's been set up to realize opportunities from, you know, the CGL project, different Blackwater gold mine procurement and teaming arrangement opportunities. And we have some companies like, obviously, Tinto, one of our original companies with the nation. And we have an older numbered company, and that was essentially one that's dormant. It was related to a chattel around the Bednesty site development. So we're looking at also doing some realignment, but also closing out some of these companies that aren't being utilized today, so we don't incur additional expenses from that. I highlighted or italicized the Tagi Tatak resorts. So these were companies that were established in the anticipation of purchasing the Tatak resort, but that wasn't realized, that opportunity. We weren't able to get that purchase. So we're looking at repurposing these two companies into something that'll be accounted for other major projects or needs for these companies. So we're looking at repurposing some of them, because to get each and every one of these companies structured, there's a lot of work with legal teams, corporate financiers, different accountants and advisors, and it's pretty costly. And then on the right, you'll see some of the entities that we have in place that we're partnered in, primarily with the Nechako First Nations, so Saik'uz, Notlay, Stelatan, and Tlately. So the original Fly Ventures was established to kind of be that economic entity where the nation-owned entity would have a relationship. So it would still have that barrier between the nations, so that liabilities wouldn't be put onto the First Nations community. So there's a very complex economic structure to ensure liabilities are reduced to the nations. So there's FLY and different entities associated with that. You'll see the limited partnership where Saik'uz will have a certain percentage of ownership into those entities. And then there's like general partners that those entities connect to. I'm still wrapping my head around it. So the last 2 months has been great for that. The most recent ones that are being set up is around Blackwater for the participation agreement that we signed on with Blackwater Gold. I'll do a presentation this afternoon looking at our agreement with Blackwater in more detail. And then most recently, the Nechako Industrial Limited partnership, and then the GP Corps. So I know members may have seen in social media some of the press releases and press conference that's anticipated for this Friday about the 4 nations coming together to purchase Canfor's abandoned plateau site. So I could have a little bit more information just on that specifically, but wanted to give you a snapshot of all the different companies that are in place right now. So as I mentioned, we engaged a law firm to present us with a proposal to help Saik'uz structure all our different economic entities. So apologies to council, you're gonna get a snapshot of this presentation now for members, because it was requested to share a little bit in our AGA. So some of the scope of work will include a governance options report, and it's gonna have some legal recommendations on how we can establish and refine some of the current governance and legal structures of the different entities that are in place, and what does that relation look like with Saik'uz Council in terms of decision making, community input, and all those different elements. So we're also seeking some information around how to restructure and reorganize those companies that I listed in the previous slides. A lot of those companies aren't active. I will note some aren't generating revenue at all, so we're trying to get those a roadmap essentially from legal in terms of what would be the process to make some alignments, which ones we can close out, so we're not incurring additional expenses for that. And so this is going before council on the 27th. Again, council has indicated that their meetings are open to the public. There's a process if you want to learn more directly when these types of initiatives are being presented to council. I believe there's a form that could be signed just to go over participation in those meetings. So hopefully getting sign off on that so we can continue to advance some of the corporate structure work. And so part of the consolidation piece before I move from this slide is really getting a step-by-step process. I think, as the organization and community has continued to grow, we've definitely lacked different capacity within the departments. Like I know Vincent, prior to his leave, he was taking on a lot of different initiatives. So, initiatives like this, very important as well for our nation. I don't want to say fell by the wayside. It just was taking a little bit longer to get through the process, but now I think we are able to advance it, to move some of these pieces. And you heard Rod talk about the economic development survey, and then I know Lisa and the governance team and the work on the governance manual and the oversight committee did put out some economic development surveys as well, so really trying to align the outcomes and the results of those different surveys to help inform what the economic pathways and interests are for the nation. So having that input provided which industries you'd like to see the nation engaged in, how you'd like to see investments from revenues generated from that is some of the questions, but it really provides leadership at the council table and also the board of directors who will be recruited to some of these companies, some guidance in terms of what the priorities are for the nation. So a big component of that was doing some regional landscape research in terms of what's actually going on, not just in Saik'uz territory, but at a more regional level to ensure what opportunities are there for the nation to engage in. We might think it might be, we could say forestry, but I think we know it's kind of a forest industry that's in decline. And then we might learn from that research that actually trucking, for example, or gravel opportunities might show as a need for opportunities for our business to engage in. In the next slide, I'll cover a little bit of the business accountability framework that's been in development for a few years. It's definitely taking some time and some thought in terms of alignment with other processes, like the governance manual work that is supporting what the roles and responsibilities are of council, compensation, but also how decisions essentially are being made. So we want to ensure that all these tools that are being developed to help strengthen our governance overall at the organizational level is being, it's all working together. That's what we hope to see. The financial administration law, the FAL, you might hear that come up, and this is really supporting our, how would I say, good practice, our due diligence, our fiscal management practices at the nation level to ensure different securities are put in place in terms of how financial decisions are being made. We're currently going through that process right now and have the support of different provincial and federal organizations that work with First Nations communities at no cost. And so we're working through that certification process so that essentially we can become borrowing members of low interest loans to engage in major projects. And some people might ask why we want to pursue that, not only for major project development, but to hopefully provide some comfort to membership that your chief and council aren't just pocketing money. There's like rules in place, there's structures, there's securities, there's different processes that have to be implemented to ensure that funds are being spent in a good way and invested in a good way. So this is all happening at the same time. And it makes it a little challenging when there's different opportunities that are presented to community like on the fly. So while some of these opportunities come, we could wait for all these different processes to be established, put in place, but we're at risk of losing some opportunities where there could be significant sources of revenue generation for the nation to invest in community-based programs and infrastructure that we've heard from members wanting in the last day or so. The restructuring and reorganization of the corporate structure, already spoke a little bit about that. Hopefully have approval to advance that in the next month, and then we should have sign off in pretty short order. So Rod also described some of the work that him and Vincent were engaged in at the department level to recruit board members for an economic development committee, and also, trying to see where there's going to be alignment with a financial finance and audit committee, essentially. So there's different committees that are in the process of being developed right now. Interim appointments have been established, and I'm going to go back to that one slide here. Just recognizing some individuals just came into the room. So all these lists of companies. So right now, I'm essentially the sole director right now for a lot of these different companies, and this is an interim approach until the board recruitment processes happen. But one of the struggles or challenges in this process is while we're waiting to develop a lot of these structures and systems, the people we're asking to engage with on our boards who bring industry or business expertise, who are seeking for recruitment, the time has been too long, and like, sorry, we've moved on to other opportunities. So now we're having to, okay, we'll wait on board recruitment essentially until these structures are in place, so that those board members we're trying to recruit know that they're jumping into something where there's structure, where there's good governance that's being set up, and that's what that proposal from the law firm is hoping to help inform. So we do have Tinto Forest Products, and recognizing this is not a Tinto AGA, but we do have essentially on the books a sole director as well for this company, Councillor Jason Alexis. Council did make some interim appointments of myself and community member Nathan Silver. And so these, us recent two additions, myself and Nathan, will have to be submitted to corporate filings, etc. But that Tinto company is essentially being used as a template, as a model of how the other entities are going to be filled, essentially. So I just wanted to flag that because there are questions. Who's on the board of all these companies? And right now, you're looking at the sole board member. And it has been indicated to council that you know, the need for all these different works to initiate more board recruitment is so that more board members can be added. So that is in the works, and I'm hoping to see that so I can be off these boards before March 2027. So I'm working towards that right now with council and with leadership, different supports. I mentioned the business accountability framework as well. So all the companies that I just listed, we're trying to ensure that there are some parameters and rules in terms of how they're choosing which projects to engage in. How are they being accountable to community needs and interests? And a lot of the work that Rod has been doing, and Lisa and the team, in terms of engaging with membership and what the priorities are, that is all feeding into a lot of these pieces. So we're working on developing a structure of how you know, business and economic development opportunities can be pursued by the nation. So the economic development study is going to help inform that. You know, it gets presented to council. If it goes through, Lisa could probably give a better description of this. I'm just gonna say she has done multiple community engagements on it. So this is essentially my quick overview. So there's gonna be different financial thresholds in terms of what level of accountability measures have to be met to pursue those investments. You know, so anything under 150 generally could be handled by the nation, but once it gets to 150,000 and up, then we're getting into the need for a more in-depth level of process in terms of the development of a business case, concept studies, and what business plans are, and what the costs are gonna be incurred by the nation to have different staff engage on some of these opportunities. So it would go to a committee that would be developed essentially, and they will have to make sure it goes through almost a checklist to ensure that the different values that are identified by the nation through a lot of the engagement work and surveys, you know, is it in accordance with our stewardship values? We just developed a biodiversity risk ranking model to assess risk associated with land use developments. So is it aligning with that? So those are some of the considerations in terms of, does it meet our interests? It goes through different economic development committee processes, and all this due diligence essentially would be, you know, completed before it goes to council, because we're getting inundated with so many different business opportunities left, right, and center, from, you know, NCTL, from wind farms, from all types of different industries wanting to present to council directly. We've heard that, from our chief and council yesterday, they're engaged in a lot of different meetings, like on a regular basis. Right now, only compensated for 2 meetings that are required, but they're having to take on additional meetings because all these opportunities are like, hey. So we're trying to create a more streamlined process at the nation level to ensure which projects would be in alignment with our values. And just to wrap up a little bit of, some of the ways the nation is looking to advance our economic pathways in this new age of reconciliation, from the Truth and Reconciliation Call to Action number 91, there's a big call on industry now that they have to engage with First Nations. So we're seeing that, that consent piece from the nation, from the governing bodies, has to be provided before anything happens. Like, nothing's gonna happen without us, essentially, hence the inundation of all these companies wanting to engage with our nation. So those opportunities are there now. And I think the different levels of government, both the provincial and federal governments, have recognized this, and there's been a lot of advocacy. So I do want to acknowledge Chief Mueller, who was the former chair of the board for the First Nations Major Projects Coalition, who are advocating for almost a decade on, securing a federal First Nations loan guarantee program. And so these loans would be offered to First Nations below Canadian prime rates, like at a very low cost than what other levels of government essentially would receive. And that would be for nations to be, who want to pursue ownership over some of these projects, not just impact benefit agreements, which is generally done with nations across the country historically. But now First Nations are wanting increased equity options for ownership. And so there's financial lending institutions like the First Nations Finance Authority who are willing to lend to First Nations who meet certain certifications that they have good financial management and securities in place, and that's who we're engaging with as well. And then there's now major institutions like the Canada Infrastructure Bank and other banks who are willing to work with First Nations to provide at low interest loans to buy into certain projects. And that essentially generates greater returns for nations. So that's a little bit about that. And the overall political and legal landscape is shifting. There's the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. A big component of that is, the nations want to ensure that we have the right to determine what our economic futures, for example, will be. And there's different processes in terms of achieving and attaining our consent on some of those pieces. It's unique in Canada because BC is one of the few provinces, if only, that has implemented legislation specifically to advancing this international instrument around Indigenous rights protection at a BC provincial level. So we are in a lot of different negotiations with the province to put their feet to the fire, essentially, that you committed to advancing the protection of Indigenous rights. Now you have to do that if you're going to do it at a provincial level. So there's a lot of different pieces there just on the corporate side of things. I do want to save time for some of the major industry updates this afternoon, but I could give you a little snapshot of maybe what our financial due diligence process is looking like and that council's engaged in right now. So Mar, in the FAL file folder, there is a FMB file, not the FNFA, or you could do the FNFA. You could pick one of those. Perfect. And this is who we're engaged with. So this has been a process that has been brought forward to council since, we've been working through it since April, essentially. And through my schooling at SFU, I just recently completed my MBA, and one of the presenters came, David Madelay from the First Nations Financial Management Board. He really laid out a good roadmap of what it looks like to support communities wanting to, I guess, make their journey to access different financing options for major projects, but also ensuring that there's good financial measures put in place for good due diligence. Next slide. So this is what was shared. What I will highlight when I scroll through is going to be around the certification process to get that FAL, that Financial Administrative Law certification. There's different financial performance certificates that are required to get that certification, and what this will allow you to do. Next slide. Next slide. So where did the First Nations Management Board come from? It comes from a First Nations Fiscal Management Act. And it essentially is just ensuring that good measures are put in place. You might see the First Nations Financial Transparency Act or something like that as well. So if you're ever wondering about how nations are spending any money, what your councils are being compensated at, you could see every single First Nations audits if they're filing on time, and different report schedules attached to that. You could find that online, and I could help you find that. So there's all different kinds of institutions that are being developed to support communities to ensure good financial management. The Tax Commission, I think, is more for some of those nations living around more urban areas where they're building housing and renting it out and generating revenue and taxing essentially non-First Nations people living in their territory. We get to the FMB, who we're going to focus our relationship. So the black one, we're getting the laws in place. So I do want to acknowledge council for seeing the value in engaging in that process. We're working closely with Crystal and trying to find ways to support the finance department, because while we get all these different opportunities, it definitely puts a lot of pressure on our finance team. So we're looking at developing different templates and models that will support good financial management practices. And part of the process is the financial performance certificate, which I think I can get to in a different slide. But essentially, these two in the middle, they're almost like married. So we have to get our certifications from FMB before we could start advancing to the First Nations Finance Authority. And this is where FNFA say, oh, okay, you guys have good financial management securities in place and processes. We'll find you some very good funding or financing sources for your economic interests. Next slide. Next slide. One of my other program presenters, so there is a board of directors associated with a lot of these organizations. Next slide. So they come with a lot of different experience from community, with different businesses. Next slide. And essentially what they want to do is, promote transparency at the nation level to get those certifications. They want to help us with supports and capacity development teams at no cost to the nation to help us organize our finance and governance practices and achieve exclusive financing rates for First Nations who meet these certifications. Next slide. Right now, we are in the next slide, the first phase of doing the review. We've had a few sessions with council and some of the executive team to go through a review of a draft, and we're hoping to get sign off or have it presented to council. I'm not sure exactly on which date, in the next few months anyways. And then the financial performance certification, they look at 6 different ratios that measure the financial health of the nation. When I was doing my MBA, I evaluated 4 of the 6 over the past 5 years, and we were in pretty good position in some of these different ratios. So they will look at that to see, if we're gonna lend you, say, $45 million, which is something we're actually looking at, by the way. In the afternoon presentation, I'll share more on that. They'll want to know that we have good financial health, we have good due diligence and practices and securities in place for that, and that we meet a certain set of standards. So it's a roadmap to strong finance and governance practices, and hopefully provides a lot more transparency for membership to know that good practices are being followed. Next one. Maybe move to slide 17. And what's some of the, services that we have access to with our relationship with FMB, the Financial Management Board, is that they're able to send a capacity development team to work alongside, our staff and our leadership to help them understand, different policies that can be implemented, how more fiscal, responsible approaches can be taken, and go through what the certification processes are. So once we sign off on our FAL, then we have access to these development teams. So that'll be the next step. It also provides us access to 10-year grant funding blocks. So, at some, like with First Nations Health Authority, for example, our contribution agreements are done pretty much annually. And it's hard for First Nations to, all across Canada to plan, each year. So to have access to more longer term funding, you're able to plan, long term, you're able to secure staff and all those different elements. So I think I'll leave it there to just save some time for questions, but just wanted to provide a snapshot of some of the different moving pieces that are happening in terms of financial management and responsibilities, the different corporate structure, organization, and governance development that's happening, alongside some of the work that Lisa's going to be presenting on as well. And where does this line up with membership, with leadership? So I will leave this part of my information sharing here, and just wanted to see if there's any general questions on the corporate financing piece or on our journey for good financial health. And if not, I'll have a good breakdown of our different agreements on the North Coast Transmission Line and the Blackwater Gold Agreement this afternoon, and any other industry updates I could provide during that session. No questions?
Sasha? You can just unmute and just...
Hello, we do have some questions online. I'm not sure if this is something that you can answer specifically, Jasmine, but we have one from Teddy Antoine. Hello, Saik'uz has partnerships and partners. Is there a number on how many members are employed through those partnerships? Saik'uz has many unemployed people, and from what I observe, I see members engaging in negative activities on the streets and not working. How can Saik'uz fill the job gaps for its members?
Thank you. I don't have these exact numbers to date, but I will note on the recent announcement of the Nechako Industrial Park site, that was purchased by the Ford Nations. We already have 2 Saik'uz members on supporting security and different maintenance at the site. In terms of the other projects, I don't know how many directly are employed, say at Nechako mill site, if that's what you're asking. We have 8. We have different members at the Blackwater gold mine. We have, I want to say 12 to 14, if that. I'll have to confirm those numbers, but definitely it's something that Rod and I are going to be taking note of and keeping track of to ensure that these different partnerships that we're making with industry, that they are they're actually doing it. They're doing what they're gonna say. If they have certain thresholds of numbers of members that have to be employed there, we definitely want to ensure that is happening, because we've seen opportunities and for our members not being realized, like on CGL, for example. So now we're trying to keep better track of that as we move forward on the North Coast transmission line, for example. So we'll look at some of these numbers of how many members are employed in some of these different arrangements, partnerships, but also at the project site as well. And it's noted as an action item. Any other question? Julie?
With the organizations of all the businesses that we have, when the people, they apply and they fit the criteria, but then for some reason they're not chosen or whatever, could they be trained to actually do whatever, or do they need that certification?
Thank you for that question. There's, I guess, some eligibility, some different education or expertise level for some of the identified board positions. Like, so for example, Tinto, there's going to be 5 members that are going to comprise of the board, 2 being staff, 1 council, 1 a community member at large, which is Nathan, and then 2. So 1 will be business, like a business expert, and 1 will be a forestry expert, so an industry expert. So in those cases, you have to have certain kind of levels of comprehension to get through. But essentially, once all these boards are in place, there's going to be training offered, essentially, to go through what are the roles and responsibilities of being on a board, what is good governance practices, how are decisions being made, probably reviewing some of the nation interests and standards that are put in place. So there would be training opportunities associated with that board. And we will be following up on the board recruitment process once some of these governance pieces are more established. Thank you. Hope I answered it. Thank you. Jamie.
Good morning. It's Jamie Antoine here again. I just have a question about the revenue from the mine and how it's allocated directly to the community. Do you know that?
So this afternoon in the industry update, I'll be doing a full breakdown of all
that?
the, and I'll show the revenues that are in
Okay. And then the members, would they be entitled to direct distributions from that revenue, or will that be in the breakdown as well?
Thank you for raising that. It's something I hope to raise the council as well in terms of the development of an investment policy and strategy to be developed around that. because
I'm hoping that, you know,
Yeah.
with that, to have the community payout amount determined
Yeah.
in those investments and future planned payouts.
I agree. I can't wait to have something like that in place for the nation. I think right now it's trying to get the governance pieces in place, get the board structures and corporate structures in place, making sure council governance pieces are in order. So it's all happening in a phased approach, and I think the investment strategy and policy piece is going to be very important for the nation when we start seeing revenues come into the nation. How is it going to be distributed? Is it going to be, you know, for major project equity purchases? Is it going to be, you know, a subset for membership disbursements? So I think that will be another scope of work and initiative that the nation is wanting to engage in. We do have a policy writer, MD, who I've kind of put in his ear. This is something that we want to work towards, because if we're going to have all these opportunities coming and revenues being generated, we want to ensure that it's going to benefit not just now, but long term into the future. So yeah, it's going to be important.
Definitely. Also, I just wanted to know the grant and the build of the greenhouse over there with that economic development. Why is it just sitting there and not being utilized at the moment?
So that was a project supported by multiple individuals who are no longer with the organization. My understanding is there was an issue with the contractor and some of the building practices of that asset. So I think it's still being looked at in terms of how to do any repairs that are required to make it functional. There's also, I believe, a need to do a business plan around it. Like, what is the intention? How are revenues going to be generated, and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's flagged for. It's been asked. Yeah. Well, thank you, and sorry for going over time.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. I'm just going to switch microphones. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. So we will come back at 20 to 11. I'm going to switch hats and do a presentation on the governance manual, and then switch back again.
Okay, just while we get ready to get the presentation started, just want to acknowledge that we do have some of the members of the Governance Oversight Committee, Governance Manual Oversight Committee in the audience. So we have a bunch of our OGs here with us who are helping to make contributions to that. And before I introduce our speaker, I want to make one note that was raised with me following my presentation, in terms of just reflecting on some of the conversations that occurred yesterday in terms of, you know, like different deficits that are occurring within some of the departments, you know, and how we're kind of rectifying that and where those funds are coming from. And I'll be discussing some of the industry updates and some of the revenues that are generated from these major project agreements. And some of the decisions right now are you know, pulling from revenues from those agreements to help offset some of these deficits for, like, jurisdiction, for example. So just so you know where some of those revenues are going, like, it is going to the benefit of the community right now. And as we advance through some of these different processes and different mechanisms to ensure how we're going to be investing our revenues, hopefully we have a good strategy pursued to develop
more formally how they will be reinvested. But just so you're aware, this is where some of those revenues are currently going to offset some of these programs and community right now. So I just wanted to make a note of that. But without further ado, I wanted to invite Lisa Krebs up, who's been a very instrumental part of our organization to lead some of these different pieces. And so Lisa, I'll ask you to come up to present on the Saik'uz governance manual. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you so much. So a little unorthodox, I'm gonna take off the MC hat and put on the staff and project hat. So I'm gonna speak today. There's been a lot of discussion, and I really appreciate Jasmine introducing the financial management goals of the nation and who the Financial Management Board is. It's not a government colonial construct. It is by First Nations, for First Nations, to create accountability and opportunities. So as Jasmine mentioned, quite a bit of initiatives are happening in governance to build the infrastructure for the next phases of the nation, moving towards independent government, moving towards enhanced programs and services and own source revenue. So I want to acknowledge the Governance Manual Oversight Committee for supporting this work. And we're going to get into a pretty lengthy presentation, in depth. There's been lots of questions in each of our engagements, and the presentation today covers off those questions as well as the main topics within the Governance Manual. On your table, there is a folder with materials in it. You'll see there's a pamphlet. There's a printout on the Financial Management Board, what's called the Finance and Audit Committee. There's also a copy of Chief Mueller's schedule for the first 5 months of the year, and a briefing note that was prepared for council. So today for the presentation, we're going to start at the very high level. We're going to talk about what the Governance Manual is. As Jasmine talked about, we did have a community governance survey, and it was very well responded. And so we'll go through just a couple high-level highlights of that. We will talk about specific governance manual topics, so the role of council in the general context, but also the discussion and outcomes around the role of the off-reserve councillor and the elder councillor. We will talk about chief and council pay structure, and we will talk about the Finance and Audit Committee. Now, throughout yesterday and a little bit today, I've already received some questions around very specific numbers, and those are in the slide deck. I want to remind everyone that there's paper on the table, and if you have any questions, write them down, and we'll have a really good question and answer period at the end. All right, so as I said earlier, we'll go over what a governance manual is, introduce the project, and the role of the Oversight Committee. So in the January AGA, this is when the project kicked off, the nation has been working towards the FMB certification. This is one of the key steps that follows or parallels alongside the FMB certification. It's the creation of the Governance Manual as well as the Finance and Audit Committee. So ultimately, the Governance Manual is a policy to set a rules and guidelines for council in how they work with each other. So things like dispute resolution, conflict of interest, how they work with the community, what community engagement needs to occur based on what level of decision, the AGA, what gets presented, those kinds of things. And then finally, the organization. So the laws and policies that are put into place in order to support staff and protect the organization. So as I said earlier, the Financial Management Board has a template. We've been using that template to support the governance manual creation. There are very specific topics that are covered in the governance manual. So, you know, what it is, well, how does council get onboarded after each election? So these seem like really boring and simple topics, but other nations have dedicated whole policies to some of these topics, particularly dispute resolution and conflict of interest. We also looked at traditional leadership in decision-making as a way to look at community interests, not because it's going to be captured in the governance manual, but to understand what the appetite of community is currently for that. Again, the financial management processes, as Jasmine explained, this is like a report card for members, for other nations, other businesses, to understand that the nation has the best practices in terms of financial management. And then the committee structure for the Finance and Audit Committee. So I just mentioned this, but the governance manual uses that FMB template that's available to all nations. And then what we do is we start to build out what are the specific Saik'uz priorities. And so those values started being explored in January when we launched the survey. In addition to the survey, we've had multiple meetings and engagements. And so you can see here the list of all of the meetings that we've hosted and held or participated in. So in the AGA, in January of this year, the project was kicked off. We had a community meeting number 1 here in Saik'uz on May 14th. We followed that up with a second meeting on May the 27th. And then something, you know, there's been a lot of conversation about how do you respond to members? How do you respond to specific requests? And so I'd like to say that as a committee and as a project, there was one very specific thing that was requested, and that was youth engagement. And so we hosted a youth governance workshop, and Zell and Alyssa really helped to build that workshop and what it would look like and how the youth would participate and what would come out of that. And I have to say, this is an example where a project listened, we heard the need to engage with youth, we responded, and I think the outcome is really awesome. So I'm just happy about that. In June the 6th, we went to an off-reserve member update in Prince George and presented on this as well. And so one of the requests from that meeting was to understand the stipend policy and to come back with numbers, and we've got that for today. So this is us, as I said, we've been listening as a committee, as a project, and responding in the best ways that we can. So who is the Governance Manual Oversight Committee? It's a committee comprised of community members plus 1 administrative representative. So we wanted to make sure that the committee represented Saik'uz values, but it also was operationally achievable. So we had Crystal Franks, you'll see in a moment, as the finance manager, stand in as the administrative representative. So it was a committee, it's a committee of members who have offered insight into values and really how we would roll out these questions and engagement at the workshops and in discussions with community. So overall, the committee acts as an advisory. So we have heard and made recommendations within the governance manual. They go to council and council formally adopts them. So these are the Governance Manual Oversight Committee members, Cassandra, Deborah, Gary, Albert, Jason, Crystal, Greg, Melissa, who's a member from Vancouver, Benji, and Gladys. So we've had 9 meetings as a committee, and some of them have been lively, I would say. Yeah, pretty lively. Good conversations, right? Deep conversations. It's gone really well. And I think overall, you know, there's been a set of principles that framed our committee. And I'd like to acknowledge that some of them looked beyond just achieving a deliverable, but growth mindset was one of the principles that the committee came up with, as well as a dispute resolution process, which I thought was amazing. So you have 3 kicks at the can to come to consensus, and if at the 3rd meeting you can't come to consensus, it's by vote. I thought that was lovely and a wonderful process, because at the end of the day, some decisions need to be made and things need to go forward. How do we do that in a good way? So that's an example of some of the ways in which the committee supported the project and the work to continue going. This is just an overview of all of the meetings that we've had since January and what the content of those meetings was. So what were the key topics that we were focused on? And I should just like to mention that the way that the governance manual oversight committee, we didn't just pull things out of the sky. We were looking at very specific examples, and so there's a couple of slides here that will speak to how other nations, so we were looking at Snenemo, Sawasin, Garden River, we also looked at Stella-10 and other carrier secondary neighbors and how they're approaching some of these topics as well. So lots of information. I want to acknowledge the committee got a ton of information each meeting. Mar's giving me a microphone signal. Do you need to switch it out? Okay. I'm going to hold this microphone because I'm told that not everyone can hear me online. So, as I said earlier, I pointed to the, hi, Crystal. As I said earlier, I pointed to the 6 engagements that we had. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the outcomes. So, first of all, the survey, we launched that in January at the AGA. 99 participants have completed that engagement survey. We offered some big prizes as per the Oversight Committee's recommendation, and it worked. We got 99, no duplicates, by the way. They've all been reviewed, so it's pretty awesome. So here's some examples of questions or things that we were looking at from the survey. So how long do chief and council have to be onboarded after an election? So we would look at different examples and then kind of put those forward and say, here's the options, 1, 2, or 3. Then we got responses back, and that's been shaping how we draft the actual manual itself. So here's an example of a few questions. There was 20 questions in total that looked at specific governance topics, but also, as Jasmine said, we were asking some questions around economic development because we want to give council and economic development department a kind of set of, I'm going to say, loose priorities. So you'll see from the next couple slides, there are things that members really support and there are things that they do not. So if you know in advance that you don't really support it, why would you spend time investing in a big project that might not be supported at the community level? So it helps create those streamlined processes that Jasmine was speaking to earlier. So these are just a couple of examples. So one of the questions, should community members have access to council meeting minutes? 93% of the respondents said yes, they should. And how should council disclose or record a potential conflict of interest? 61%, there was 3 options. It was recorded in the meeting minutes, do a declaration form, or just declare. And the 61% of people said, we want to see council declare that conflict of interest in the meeting and record it in the minutes. So Jasmine was talking earlier about how the nation, she showed the path for FMB certification, and there's multiple initiatives that are happening at the same time. And you know, one of those things, building, is the election code from 2024. In that election code, the amendment, there is a specific definition of family members now that comprise a conflict of interest. So it's defined in the election code. So now we know it's mother, father, grandparents, children, and siblings. Okay? So it's not cousins, it's not aunts and uncles. So now when you think about council and a governance manual and a set of rules, we know now that any decision that's going to address children, spouses, parents, grandparents, or siblings, those council members have to declare a conflict of interest and not participate in the decision. That's an example of how these policies build on each other. So these were the economic development questions. The first one was very, I would say, very simple. Do you support Saik'uz exploring business opportunities? And 79% of people said absolutely or somewhat. What types of economic development do you think is important? And so I don't know how much of you can read this, but you can see the top 3: education, training, health and wellness, gas station, outdoor recreation. The 4th is a gas station or convenience store. And then in the middle, you have, I'm going to say, resource development. So you've got environmental services, you've got energy, forestry. At the top 3rd, you've got agriculture and ranching. So you can see kind of a spectrum of community interest, from most supported to least supported. So when I look at cannabis, for example, 27 out of 99 people said that, you know, they don't really think or that they don't support, let me reverse that. 27 people support that out of 99. So it is not a priority. It's not something that likely people are gonna jump up and be, yeah, let's do that. So in other words, when the Economic Development Department gets a proposal for, let's say, cannabis, they know already it's not a priority and probably won't invest so much time in developing that opportunity. This is also a question related to the work that Cassandra does in land and stewardship, which is, do you think there should be protected areas in the territory that are not open for development? And 87% of people said yes. And those maps on the wall behind you at the back of the room, those are left over from the Water and Fish Forum that was held, I think, last month. And those are examples of how different programs are asking members, how are you exercising your rights and where, in an effort to understand where those protected areas are. Okay, I'm going to go into the actual governance manual topics and start addressing the specific pieces that we talked about earlier. So first of all, I'm going to speak to the role of council at the high level. So things have changed a lot, and that's another key message that has come forward. The last 20 years, really 10 big years, maybe even more, 13, 14, 15, going back to, I would say, the LNG days of 2012, 2013, you see there a real shift in terms of council moving from just managing the on-reserve development and on-reserve programs and policies to rights, title, and interests, to asserting the rights and title of the nation, to working collaboratively with other carrier secondary neighbors, to start working on what's called comprehensive reconciliation, thinking about how the nation will govern itself in the context of neighbors, province, and federal government. So really, that's where council's at now. They are at that place of needing to strategize and create vision for the nation. They work on big picture items. So for example, Regina spoke yesterday in her presentation about some of the work that she's doing to support council decision making and policy. And Priscilla spoke to that as well, and Robbie, and those high-level initiatives that require council. Council's job is not to manage staff. Council has one staff. It's the general manager. So never is council going to come in and talk to an employee. It's not their role to make sure programs and services are operationally and foundationally good. That's the general manager's role. Council's role is to think big, create their strategic priorities, and then work with the general manager to implement them. So the other thing that council does, and that's a big piece of their role, is they do financial management. So they review and approve annual budgets, and then from a governance perspective, the laws and policies of the nation. Again, they work with other governments, federal, provincial, other nations, and industry to represent the rights, title, and interests of the nation. So it's a different era. This is an example of how council works in the day-to-day operations. So there's a set of strategic goals. It was talked about yesterday with the strategic planning. Those goals get presented to the general manager, and then the general manager works to support staff and their programs that help implement these strategic initiatives. And then the GM reports back to the council on the progress. So an example of that, I use the Wellness Center for Community as an example. So let's say it's a strategic goal to build a wellness center for community within a 10-year period or a 5-year period. So if all of council agrees that that's their development priority, then they work with the GM to set specific goals and targets. And then the departments might do things like administering the funding, creating programs and services, etc. So that's typically the cycle of how it works for council in operations. So council composition, in 2024, as I mentioned earlier, there was an election code amendment, and so you saw the addition of 2 new council roles, one representing elder and one representing off-reserve interests. Now, as both Marilyn and Robbie reported yesterday, when they were elected into their roles, there wasn't a clear definition of what those roles should be. And it's really been through engagement with community. I know Marilyn has spoke at both the May 14th and the May 27th meetings about what elders are saying back to her and how she feels like a really good, what we're presenting today in terms of the elder and the off-reserve council roles, those have been talked about and they've been engaged on at community meetings. So it's not a surprise. It's something that we've all put our thinking into. So I'll talk about the elder councillor first. So again, it was introduced in the election last year in March, and it's open to any member above the age of 60, and it provides elders with representation in elected leadership. So, you know, through the conversations, the meetings that we've had as a committee, the conversations, Albert and I went to Marilyn and we had a lovely conversation with her about how she viewed her role. And it was quite profound because she spoke to her role as providing traditional and DACEth perspectives on all council topics. And I see that, and I think it's really important. And so, you know, one of the things that she brought back in later May was that there's a need to meet with elders and advocate on their behalf. And so what we've put forward is a minimum of 4 times a year to meet with elders and ensure that there's that 2-way communication. Now, remembering that all of council is only expected to attend 2 meetings per month. So anything in addition to that, we want to make sure that it's achievable. So, we've set a minimum of 4 times. I suspect it will be much more than that, but we want to make sure, again, that we can achieve these goals that we're setting out. So in terms of the off-reserve counselor, same process. It was introduced in the 2025 election. It's open to any member who lives off-reserve, and it provides the off-reserve members with representation in elected leadership. And so, we talked quite a bit about this back and forth. And one of the things that we came up with was, and vetted at the June 6th meeting in Prince George, was that there would be a quarterly meeting. So 1 meeting every 3 months, minimum of 3 per year. And I'm saying 3 per year because I know there's been a struggle with attendance at some of the off-reserve member updates. So, making sure that those 3 meetings are well advertised. We heard that there's a need for more outreach to get people to the meetings, those kinds of things. So we want to do 3 meetings minimum per year. And one of those meetings, it's been suggested to have a focus on the services, the education and training opportunities that are available to off-reserve members.
Just a note on that right now. We've had, I think, numerous off-reserve engagements already since the last recent election in terms of updates on the North Coast Transmission Line, numerous updates on that, and the Yinkadene-led review studies that were done and associated with that, and then the Economic Development Survey engagement sessions. So I think that number is exceeding, and just wanted to note that.
Thank you, Jasmine. I appreciate that. I think we don't want to hamstring anyone. We don't want to set goals that are too lofty, but quarterly meetings has been the practice, and it's been, really, I think, well received. So, the other thing, so this is it, host the 4 meetings per year with off-reserve members. Again, 1 meeting to provide the details. So people want to know, there's lots of discussion yesterday about what programs fit what criteria, if they're for on-reserve only, if there's opportunities for people who are off-reserve. And so bringing those programs and services together would just be helpful for everyone to see it. So I'm going to talk next about the chief and council's pay structure. I'm going to talk about what that currently looks like and some of the pieces that are yet to come. So to understand current council pay, I want to first break it down because there's a difference between the councillors and the chief. So council pay comes in 2 forms. Honoraria, which is for scheduled regular meetings. Those are the meetings that council is expected to attend twice per month for 1 day. And then we're going to talk about and unpack the stipend policy, which is set up for additional meetings outside of those 2 days per month. Now, chief salary, it's a salary. It recognizes the level of commitment and responsibility that the chief has, and so it is different than the council pay. So again, council is paid an honorarium for those 2 meetings a month. This is going to be attendance-based and written in the governance manual that it's required for attendance. This falls in line with what council was already working on, which was a disciplinary policy that spelled some of these same things out. I'm going to introduce now the council pay structure in terms of the stipend policy. So last year, council introduced the stipend policy, and this is intended to compensate council members that are going to additional meetings. So on on the table, there's a copy of Priscilla's schedule from January to May. And each of those scheduled meetings, what I was mentioning previously, so say for example, Cassandra, Jasmine, and I had a meeting with the Ministry of Forests 2 weeks ago. That one meeting, we had 3 technical meetings leading up to that one. So you see the scheduled meetings, but you don't always see all the other workflow that is around those. So I just want to mention that. And then there's usually action items that come out of those meetings too that you got to follow up on. So it's not just the scheduled meetings, it's all the workflow and outputs that come around it. So the stipend policy is intended to, like I said, it compensates council for going to those additional meetings. So I think really strongly about, like Albert, the Pathways 2.0 negotiations. So that was huge. It was years long. And we were having meetings, at that time I was, can't remember if I was just if it was like working for TACLA and appointed by the chiefs. I can't remember all the details, but like 3 to 4 years we negotiated. It was very heavy and it was intense. And it was expected that all nations, all 7 carrier Second Nations had representatives there. So you often saw councillors like Albert, Cora, Jasmine, Jackie was a huge a voice at the table. So these are the additional meetings that we're talking about. Imagine, you know, as Jasmine's going to talk about in the afternoon, NCTL is like an endless bucket of meetings and needs that the nation has to address. So this is what it's about. So a couple things. It's not just an opportunity for council to say, yep, I'm going to a meeting, give me stipend. It doesn't work like that. It's the same process that staff have to follow. So in other words, you have to have a submission. So this is the meeting. Here's the agenda. Here's where it's going to be. Here's how long it is. That goes to Priscilla, and she approves that. That is the backup for any financial transaction. So it's not an opportunity for council to submit. It's the chief who approves those meetings. And it's got a maximum. It's a maximum of 10 days per month. And so we'll go into what that maximum looks like. So before I go there, I just want to say a few words. It's been mentioned yesterday, it's been mentioned this morning, but this stipend policy is really reflective of council's increased responsibilities. And so when I was thinking about those increased responsibilities, I know what it looks like from day to day, but I know Jackie had me come to the 2022 AGA, and I presented on increasing scope of council. So really unpacking what the Pathway Forward agreement was and how that's broadening and widening the roles of council and responsibilities. And then in 2023, I came back and did a presentation on the need for increased governance and organizational capacity in order to prepare for some of these big things like independent government. Again, I just go back to Pathways, Albert. It was years long and it represented a huge fiscal package, right? So it's like supporting that negotiation and ensuring that that went through. It was all done by leadership. Some of the places that you know, we're thinking about in terms of council-specific time and energy, where those meetings are, what are the key aspects of the work. Joint decision-making. We talked yesterday about self-determination, the ability to make decisions for Saik'uz children and families. That's one aspect. You have that in lands as well. And lands isn't just making decisions on the land. It's also forestry, mining, water. Each one of those things is broken down into its own table. Also, they're thinking about succession planning, so youth. Who's coming in next to learn the roles of council? Who's coming in next to learn the roles of the general manager or any of us, right? And then accommodating other community governance growth. So like special committees, things that people might be asked to sit at. So the stipend policy recognized the increase in responsibilities and the fact that, thank you, that council members were not being compensated for their time. So I didn't know that personally, and I found it was shocking to me that so many of those meetings were facilitated effectively by volunteer. It's not sustainable by any stretch. This is what the stipend policy rates are. There's been lots of discussion about what those rates are, what the total value is, but this very much is in line with the honorarium policy for the nation. So an opening, 1 hour or less, $75, a half day meeting, up to 4 hours, $250, a full day meeting, so 4 hours or more, could be up to 6, 7, $450. To a maximum, excuse me. Did this one?
Just while Lisa gets a drink of water, just noting that in preparation for some of these meetings, there's going to be like sometimes hundreds of pages of documents they have to go through to prepare for going into some of these meetings. So just wanted to caveat that.
Thanks, Jasmine. I appreciate that. It's true. Those documents are lengthy. So this is what the stipend policy rates are. Again, there's a maximum per month. So no counselor can exceed 10 full-day meetings per month. So when you prepare, a policy, you have to think about and budget for, as Mel talked about yesterday, where is the money coming from? How do you budget for this, right? So I use the example in our governance manual oversight committee meeting. Say, for example, you want to go on a trip, and your trip is going to be 5 days, and you're going to factor in everything. If you're going to budget for that trip, it's going to be the transportation, the hotel, the food, all that stuff. But let's say on day 2, you don't feel good and it's getting pretty bad and you decide, I don't think I want to stay on this vacation anymore, I'm going to go back. And so you don't spend all of your budget, right? So it's what we call a budget and then your actual spending. So the budget for the stipend policy, assuming or predicting a maximum stipend for each of the counselors per month, would be $4,500 a month per counselor equals $27,000 per year times 12 months. So that's an annual budget. So what the actual spend was for $104,927. So we budgeted 324, and what was spent was 105. So the stipend policy is there for council members that are able to attend those meetings and advocate on behalf of Saik'uz, but not everyone can do that all the time. The council is only required to attend their 2 meetings per month. So this is a way for those counselors who can support the nation to be compensated for their time. And I don't think it's an extravagant payout at all. I think it's very fiscally responsible. The other thing I want to mention, people have asked, where is the money coming from? So Pathways 2.0, in the Pathways Agreement, which are all available online, if you Google Pathway Forward Agreement, you can pull it up on the ministry websites. They've got version 1, 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. 2.0 had a whole section, of governance, and the idea was that each of the 7 nations were developing and building the governance infrastructure in order to get to these big next levels. Saik'uz received $1.6 million over the 5 years of Pathways 2.0, and Pathways 3.0 also has governance funding, although I'd have to look to Jasmine to know what that is exactly, because I don't think the internal allocation formula has been finalized. But in other words, that money was earmarked specifically for council infrastructure, policy development, and council has allocated since 2021 traditional governance work as well. And so that's where the TGOC got started from. So I talked about the fact that chief is paid a salary and that reflects the additional duties and time requirements for the position. In April, the chief's salary was increased from $75,000 to $100,000. So that was the first time that any raise had been done since 2014. So 11 years. This is a growth of 3%, or an increase of 3% roughly a year, which is absolutely in line with normal performance-based salaries. So I know, Tracy, you're working on one for staff right now, and it's basically going to look the same, between 3 and 5% based on performance. So staff are also seeing this, like 3%, 3 to 5 is, I do a lot of performance evaluations. If you're meeting your performance goals, 3% is a standard rate of cost of living increase. If you far exceed and are doing all this other stuff, you might get up to 6%, but that's usually above and beyond. These are some of the projects, and they're not all of the projects, but these are some of the projects that require chief and council input. So some of them are industry, some of them are nation to nation, some of them are economic development, and some of them are stewardship. So you can see that, this is just one slide with a whole bunch of initiatives on it. But I think about NCTL, and there's 3 separate tables for NCTL. There might even be more than that. And so, I think also about the nation-to-nation work, right? Starting that up, having those conversations. It requires council, and it's really important because it's part of that movement towards self or independent government. So one thing I really want to note, and there's a PowerPoint printout on your table, and it's the Finance and Audit Committee structure and what that is. And so Jasmine spoke quite a bit about the FAL, which is the Financial and Administrative Law for the nation. What will be in there is the FAC, the Finance and Audit Committee. And so the Finance and Audit Committee is going to take a very important role in developing budgets for the nation. So Finance and Audit Committee in the future will be the place where council has to request or put forward an initiative that they want to raise. It has to go through the Finance and Audit Committee. So for example, we asked the question at the last 2 meetings, what's the maximum amount that the Finance and Audit Committee could increase council honoraria over one term? And it was 12%, 15%, and 20%. And so we have an even split right now between 12 and 20. But I think we will probably, as a committee, we'll have to take that back and make a recommendation based on that. Yeah. So, but this is the way in which council will receive any kind of changes to the pay structure or honorarium structure will have to be done by the Finance and Audit Committee, and they won't come into effect till the next fiscal year. So I'm going to show you a little bit about what that looks like in terms of the Finance and Audit Committee. So basically, the Finance and Audit Committee is going to become the powerhouse in terms of financial management, and they are going to be presenting options with recommendations to council for all operational budgets, as well as things like investment strategies, those kinds of things, financial plans, and they are a big key part of the audit. So preparing for the audit and then post-audit after it happens. The way the structure, and so the Financial Management Board, they put forward a kind of structure based on the number of committee members. So what Saik'uz has supported is a 5-member structure. So you'll have one council member who will act as chair and be voting. You'll have 2 community members. This will be filled by expression of interest. And then you'll have the general manager and the financial manager, but they're not voting. They're the technical, I'm going to say, motor behind these options, behind presenting budgets. So, as I said earlier, the 2 community member positions will come through an expression of interest. We are not required to implement the Finance and Audit Committee until after the Finance and Administrative Law, the FAL, is signed off sometime in the fall. You will see these expressions of interest come out through the usual channels. So smoke signals, it will definitely come through smoke signals, and Mar and his communications team will use their usual channels to get that information out. I would expect this to drop probably in September or October. So in terms of timelines, that's when it would be. And the question earlier about training, so the FMB does come and they do that training. And my recommendation is that maybe there's 2 sessions or multiple sessions where anyone who's interested in being on a board could come and get this governance training and know what that looks like. So in terms of the next steps, so we have this big 69-page document or 70-page document, and Ellery is out in the hallway in a booth, and Albert is going to be there, and Greg was there earlier, and so you can look through it. We also have all of our materials from every single meeting that we held through the committee. We have a binder of all the 9 meetings, and you can look at that information. But what we have is this draft of the policy, and at the same time, council is creating their own policies around disciplinary, decision-making, conflict resolution. And so what we want to do is make sure that the governance manual captures those policies and aligns with them. And so there'll be, in the draft, you'll see there'll be like highlighted areas. Insert council disciplinary policy here. Think about remuneration here, right? So we will make sure that there's alignment, and then the final draft gets reviewed by legal and adopted by council. So this is really the closing of this project, and as it ends, I want to extend my thanks to Albert, to Benji, to Crystal, to Gary, to everyone who was on the committee. It was really helpful. Jason, thank you. Greg, Cassandra, oh gosh, everybody's here. Gang's all here, woo! Yeah, it was, I think Deborah's on holidays. Yeah, she's on holidays, yeah. So, you know, we had lots of lively discussion. You have former counselors here who are aware of the context, the responsibilities. You know, we have crystal, keeping our feet to the fire, making sure that we're following financial management best practices and thinking about the things that we need to do in order to shore up the nation's financial management report card. So again, I want to thank everyone. It's been very, wow, intense. We had like lots of meetings in May and June, mostly May. And I also want to acknowledge the youth for a moment. And I'm looking over, and I know they want to like look away. But in that in the youth workshop, the outcome was to prepare a youth council budget and scope of work so the youth could continue in a role of looking at youth initiatives. And it was really neat workshop because we actually got to use the council chambers. Rodney was there. He spoke as council. There was some mock decisions. We prepared briefing notes. There was a mini agenda or a mini election, and we had a chief and chair who chaired the meeting. Alyssa did a wonderful job, and we are now bringing that proposal. So the youth we're gonna review it on Monday, and then we're gonna land it at the council table on July the 28th. So you know, we were talking a lot about youth initiatives yesterday. I see this youth council as like a leadership, and I kind of already pointed Kelsey and Culture Camp towards them to help out with the design of Culture Camp to make sure that it meets all the needs of youth and interests, because they were really clear. I really appreciated that. We did Cahoots. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's where you use your phone and you answer questions, and we had the scores up on the screen. It was really awesome, and it was delightful to see youth with such a drive and such an amazing presence. So I'm really excited about that. Woo!
Thank you.
All right, and I think now we are at the question period.
Just want to check with Mar to see if there are any questions online or any from the audience. And while those are getting queued up, I just want to acknowledge Lisa and the Governance Manual Oversight Committee. I'm very happy to see, you know, lots of our OGs at the table and, you know, who come with that leadership experience and know how that shift is occurring in terms of leadership responsibilities from what it was 20 to even 10 years ago and up until today, and recognizing the increased responsibilities associated with taking on a leadership role for Saik'uz today. And for myself, you know, I could recall being in a lot of these different meetings and in that volunteer capacity and essentially not getting paid or having entire honorariums go to childcare, for example. So I think this is an equitable approach to ensure that the time of our leadership is honored. And, you know, it's a lot of work, a lot of preparation, a lot of meeting materials to review. And I'm so happy that our youth got to engage in that process. So I thank our leadership for seeing the value in building that capacity amongst their young people as well, because governance is going to be an ongoing pillar that we're looking to strengthen. So Mar, any questions?
Just some comments online from Bonnie Wisla says, I would say that there should be a list to the members of what Chief is saying yes to on these 10 meetings a month with the log in and log out of the meetings. I would say that there should be a list of the members of what Chief is saying yes to on these 10 meetings a month with the log in and log out of the meetings.
As was mentioned, I think earlier.
Falls on the stipend.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be based on what is brought to the council table. There's different milestones or or deadlines associated with certain decisions that need to be made, like on major projects, for example, like to authorize, certain permits to be approved, or, with prevention or the different departments. So I think council will collectively work on what should come to the agenda at each council table, and recommend to Chief Mueller as well. That would be my understanding of kind of a process. Here's Chief.
Thanks for that question or comment, Bonnie. I was just going to say that I don't approve just any meeting for council to attend. There's a lot of meetings that require my presence, and I can't be at all of those meetings. So to have council available for that, that really helps me a lot. So I'm very carefully looking at the stipend, the approving the stipend, and a lot of the times I'll request a council member to attend a meeting. So it's not just like they're waiting and looking for meetings. There's just so many. Like I said yesterday, we've had over 92 council meetings in just over a year, which is about 7 meetings a month. And then, of course, the community engagements was about 55 community engagements. That's not counting some of our outside meetings. And I was thinking about that earlier, Lisa, when you were doing the presentation. When we even went to the Natural Resource Forum last year, we had about 5 meetings in one day. So we were running, because that's when all the ministers are up, and so we're running to all of these other meetings to meet with the ministers. So it does. A lot of times we don't get out of those meetings until about 9 at night, 7 or 9. So just to let membership know that the council here are not wasting time. You don't see them in a casino, you don't see them in the bar, you know what I mean? So, and I'm not saying that to be rude or anything, but you have a really hard-working council. And for myself, it really helps me a lot, because I felt like even in my last term, I felt like I was drowning in a lot of ways, because I just needed more support. And you know what? With like Jasmine said it earlier, a lot of times her honorarium that she got had to go to childcare. I think about Jason. Jason did the same thing. A lot of his honorarium had to go to childcare, and Jason they want to be on council full time, but they needed to make a living. So they took on, they have to work full time. So the stipend policies really just to help to because we don't want our council members to live in poverty. Really, I'm telling you, I say that, I don't take that word lightly. We had a lot of comments from previous council members in some of our engagements, and they were really, they never got compensated. Ben, Albert, Greg, they never got compensated for all of those extra hours that they put in for the nation. Jackie, hundreds of hours. And so I think this is a way just to, like I think about our staff, and we do evaluations, we give them a raise if it's how do you say it, like we look at inflation too when we're looking at staff wages. And council, chief and council never got that opportunity for over 10 years. And I think it's about time that this happens. And I think, I really believe that it does make you work harder, because you're not just you're not just in it for the money, I would say, because I'm telling you, the roles are very different. This council has been working very, very hard to bring things forward and bring things, the decisions that we have to make on a daily basis. It's really, it's a lot of it is big. We have to be able to look at the outside agreements with our partners, and to be able to keep this building running, to be able to keep our health center and the services that we provide for for the membership.
I just like to add on. Chris always look for traits in different councillors. Like I'm good with cattleman negotiation, or I mix well with the cattlemen. I mix well with my traditional way. So whatever the meeting is about, she'll pick a counselor like health with Regina and health with Mel. They know they have the forefront on to think on how to get more money out of those different groups. You know, I think as counselor, I think we need to look at government and industry to pay for those meetings, to pay for those people to be there, to advocate for our nation and for water and all those different aspects that we need. So, thank you.
I have a question from the floor.
Question over here.
Hi, I was just listening to the presentation. The things here, it really opened up everything for me. Because, out in the community, you hear rumors. You hear rumors about chief and council and spending money and stuff like that, but you don't know what to believe. I haven't been going to any of the engagements because I either forgot or just too tired. Now I understand where they were talking about. One of the rumors was saying that that's why their chief of council and everybody's going to the meeting and it's $500 a meeting, and I'm like, what? Anyway, that explains that for the chief of council. And I really think our the governance has changed over the years. Because I was in council, but I didn't travel. But a lot of things has changed. And I see all the responsibility that the government has now put on the First Nations communities. And it's mind-boggling if you don't seek to understand. And then you guys did talk about the elders, counselor for elders. Our coordinator is on leave for however long. There should actually be somebody in place that could work while she's on leave until she returns. Then that way you can have the meetings with the elders and stuff like that. Chief and council, I've been thinking about this for quite a few years. Pardon the word, but the white governance, like the Trudeau and all those guys there, after they finish their governance, they have some kind of pay package or something for their retirement. I've been thinking about this for years. Chief and council in every First Nation should have that too. Like, you guys you get an honorarium, but after your term is up, you don't get EI. You don't get nothing. And you're left wondering, you did all this work, and yet you got nothing after. That should be part of the package. Like, what about your retirement? Because old age hits us all fast before we know it. I want to thank you all, Chief and Council, for all that you do. You guys have a big job, and it's really eye-opening to see all the committees that's there. And, sometimes you hear rumors and then you're wondering, what the heck? When there's rumors out there, those people that carried around, they're not in the meetings to clear it up. So I want to give you all very good thank you.
Just wanted to, Tracy came up and talked to me about the question about staff and on leave and how to backfill, and that's something that she's working on HR with, so that will get addressed for sure. Yeah, quite a few people on leave. It's the ebbs and flows of every organization, and so finding ways to backfill those so programs don't stop, yeah, it's a priority for sure. I just want to open this up to the committee. I don't know if anyone wants to speak or say anything? Or the youth? Where's Ansel? Well, I'm just opening up the mic to the committee members or youth that participated, if you want to say anything.
Sure. Okay. My name's Ansel Labatch Patrick. I help Lisa Krebs kind of help with working out the details for all the youth workshop. It was really fun. I really enjoyed seeing all my friends and the cousins come and experience what it was like to be in the council chambers making a decision. Sorry. I think it was a really good opportunity for us to have that type of leadership role experience for future. Like, I know some of the kids don't really know what they want to do, and after we did the workshop, a few of them said, oh, well, now I want to be on council, I want to be chief, I want to make decisions and help the community. And I said, well, there you go, now you know what you need to do. I really did enjoy the workshop. I enjoyed working with the committee here. They were a really big help in making the decisions to kind of do the workshop. Lisa was a huge help. She helped run everything, and Rodney was there, as Lisa said earlier, he explained the role of a council member, and he did a really good job. Like Landon and all them, they did a really good job. And I am excited for our meeting on Monday because we get to work on our proposal, and yeah. So I am just excited to see where the workshop's going to take us.
Okay, I'd like to thank everyone that came out today to review our GMOC meeting. So one of the biggest things I wanted to make sure that transparency. If you don't know what transparency is, Stephen, I'll explain it to you. So I don't want nobody laughing in public here, and making sure that we all understand how we work together as a community. Part of being a community is transparency and understanding that we all stop judging people. We all get judged by one person, and that one person's when we go to the Creator. So I don't judge nobody because I don't want to be judged by anybody else. So being on the committee, we discussed a lot of things that came straight from the survey alone. It wasn't us bringing it out to each other and deciding. So most of the questions I really went through was how the structure of chief and council was, which was a very in-depth thing we discussed. And part of the things we discussed was the stipend policy. Stipend policy, if you don't know, is something that they get extra to attend the meeting. And only it gets approved by chief herself or the chief of the day. Nothing gets approved. They're not running around going to different meetings and getting paid. Part of that is when they address the homework they have to do prior to each meeting, like Jasmine explained. And it's hard work going out. You're traveling. Like Jasmine said, she had to provide her own funding to pay for a babysitter. That's a choice, but we got to understand that leadership also has a life too, and part of life is getting paid to do the work they sure deserve to have. So that's why that stipend policy's in place. And I agree with it as a committee member because I've been a leader before and understand how hard it is to go out and work for your community. In order for our community to grow and understand what's going on, all the bickering and all the stuff that you hear on the side has to stop. In order for us to all to work together and be a whole community like a team. To be a team, you need to support each other. Part of supporting a team is understanding the question and understanding the solution for that. So I'm so proud of this office, all of the staff members, and also Chief and Council. Whether it's in the past or the young people that are looking ahead for the future, this is part of that. A good governance for Saik'uz is a good team that works together and understands what's going on. And on none of this stuff about rumors, because these rumors got to stop and we got to start helping our young people because we don't know what's ahead of us in the future. This is a good step. I do believe it because in order for leadership to get what they deserve, and it's high time, like Geraldine said, once they're done, they don't get nothing. They can't fall on UIC. They can't collect that extra pension, what they're entitled to when they turn 65 years old. Those stuff's missed out. And I'd like to also acknowledge previous chief and council that are passed on in the past that set this pathway forward for us. And this new leadership here is going to set that pathways in the future for the next generation of our young people. And our young people will step up to the plate and be strong of who we are. And who are we? We're Saik'uz First Nation members. So be proud of who you are. And let's work together and be strong. And closing remarks, I'd like to thank Gregor File, Benji Alexis, Gary Joseph, Crystal Frank, also Gladys Michelle and my niece right there, my niece, and we're all part of this, and we had our differences sometimes, but we worked through it. So once we worked through it, we discussed how we want to approach everything. So this was a good internal learning for me again. I'm no longer being a leader, but I work here for the band, and I'm very happy to work for the band. I'm proud of what I do, the work I do here. I want to make sure that everybody's safe and everybody's polite to everyone for the next day and a half. And I want to thank you all for coming out once again. And if my colleagues want to say something, they more than well.
Hi, my name is Bailey Kwa, and I was in the thing that Enzel was talking about, and I'm grateful that I had an opportunity to see how how we did all the talking and like worked as a team and everything. Yeah.
All right. Again, thank you all for coming out and all the people online watching. It's very important for the Saik'uz membership to remain strong in these changing times. I was honored to be a part of the GMOC. It created eye-opening opportunities for me to understand that, yes, there are issues that need to be addressed to ensure that Saik'uz membership stands strong, and one of them would be clear and complete communication with off-reserve members. Attending the off-reserve meeting made me understand that the communication isn't going through as effectively as it could be. This working group was very interesting because it's going to mold how ongoing chief and council act and react to situations for the betterment of Saik'uz. This is very important. Long time ago, like this is a new experiment. Treating chief and council as elected officials is only maybe 5-6 decades old, for Saik'uz at least. But to remain with the mainstay of what being DACATL is, we have to strive toward that. We have to maintain that, strengthen it, and move forward with those ideologies. Never forget where we come from, and chief and council is ensuring that this continues, and hats off to all of you. And I hope that we become stronger together and make Saik'uz a better place for the future. Thank you.
Let's see. Are there any more questions? Oh, Sharon, please.
Oh, hi, I'm Sharon Rayfield from the Grouse Clan. I'd like to give applause to you guys for what you're doing for the youth, teaching them to be chief and counselors. You're doing a good job. And if you can find any funding for the youth that's doing this job, bring them to the big city, show them more.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you, Sharon. That's one of the things. So part of the youth workshop was, yes, all the governance stuff, but it was also, what's the vision? What do the youth want to do? And one of the things they want to do is they want to visit another community that has a strong youth council and see what that looks like. And then bring it back to Saik'uz, and then maybe go out into the bigger world in the next fiscal year. Yeah.
Hi. This program you've just talked about, what age limit is it?
Do you want to answer that, Denzel?
So for the age groups for the youth, we did do some research, and we realized some of the youth that are just going into high school are starting in grade 7. So we're gonna go from 13 to 18 for the youth council, and but the youth workshop was open for ages. It was open to anyone from ages 13 and up. 29, sorry.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear about it. That's why I didn't assign my granddaughter up for it. But
we can definitely bring out more youth into the youth council when we have our meeting on Monday, because I did hear a few other youth wanted to join.
Okay.
To help make more decisions for the youth. And if you guys have any questions about the youth council, or if you want me to bring anything up in the meeting on Monday, can you guys please come talk to me, and I will write it down in my book for you guys.
Okay, I didn't know, so that's good to know that you're advocating for the younger people. It's good. That kudos to you. And I want my grandchild to go through this stuff because it's a good learning experience for them. And my granddaughter is now 14, so I figured it'd be a good time for her to get to understand everything that's going on?
Yes, and on the meeting on Monday, we are going to bringing up youth safety in schools.
Okay.
With your issue from yesterday, we'll be bringing up other stuff related to the youth and schooling, and hopefully more youth opportunities for all the youth to participate in.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Makes sense, Al. Hi, it's Megan John here. Just to follow up on what Darlene was talking about her granddaughter. She was aware of it, but she wanted to stay for science class. So she was doing something in science class that she did not want to miss. So she was kind of torn between both of the things, and she wanted to be in class, which she doesn't really want to do. So I kind of put my hands up to her and said, if you want to stay in class and if you want to learn, that's totally up to you. But with this, when we brought the children here, like, they were all goofy, they were all silly, they were all like just being kids. But once they walked into that Chamber's Commerce office, they kind of stood up nice and straight. They had their hands on the table. They were all engaged. They were all learning. And they all became young adults, which was amazing to see them kind of transform to the goofy kids playing. And then once they walked in there, they were like right down to business. And that was really amazing to see. Thank you for all your work.
What an amazing session. I couldn't help but get very emotional. Like, I'm very proud of our nation. I'm very proud of our council. And I'm very proud of our youth. And if I have one thing to say, don't set that pinnacle at chief and council. You don't have to be a leader and just be on council. You could be leaders in the financial realm, in economic development, within lands, within health sciences. You can be a leader in any of those positions, but I'm glad you're getting that feel of what it's like and building that confidence. And don't set that bar there. You could be regional chief, national chief. Keep going.
Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, baby.
Yeah. Truth be told, I really don't much care anymore, and I don't require a lecture from somebody who I no longer trust. So anyone that wants to talk to me can forget about giving me a lecture, because I'm just not going to listen.
And on this note, we're going to end a very positive engagement session, celebrating leadership growth in our community, and get ready for lunch. So I might offer prayer before we eat. We could table those and move into our lunchtime agenda. Creator, ancestors, just ask that you come into this space and be with each and every one of us. We hold JR's family and our community in our hearts and our thoughts and our prayers. Help us be gentle with one another while we continue to advance the interests and the goals of our nation. Hold each other up while we're grieving. Hold each other up while we're doing good work for the members. And let us continue on these pathways together in collaboration and with the best interests of our people, and carry that in our hearts. Bless the food and bless our members, and safe travels to those who traveled here to be with us today to engage in these governance activities. Masi. Oh, elders, please serve yourself.
I hope everyone had a really good lunch. No, what? It was delicious. Okay, good. So we're going to get ready with our after lunch presentations. We have 3 presenters this afternoon. Cassandra is going to speak for the Land and Resources Department. And then Jasmine, as she said earlier, is going to do an update on 2 specific files, NCTL and Blackwater. And the third presenter is going to be Andreas, and he's going to present on the Nechako First Nations membership code. Oh yeah, come on up.
All right, should I get started, everybody? All right, awesome. Zenhunzu. Okay, perfect. All right, Zenhunzu, Cassandra, Johnny Turbide, Spoozy, Nulkaiwatan Dusto, Bonnie Johnny, Slu Inkes, Claude Turbide Spa. So for those who don't know me, my name is Cassandra Johnny Turbide. I sit with Nulkaiwatan, and I've been the Land and Resource Manager for the last almost 8 years. Next month will be my 8-year anniversary in my position. Yay, thanks everybody. And as I said there in my intro, my mom from Saik'uz is Bonnie Johnny. So my maternal grandparents are the late Josephine Johnny and Benny Teed, and then my dad is Claude Turbide. So I'll just start out with some introductions of our team, and I'm really happy to share this awesome picture from just a few weeks ago when our team did some swift water training. So we have James Thomas, who is one of our environmental monitors, but he also works with the Traditional Governance Oversight Committee and Land-Based Healing. Beside James is Darian Goertzen. She's been hired as of March as the Land and Resource Assistant Manager. Caleb Nome beside her, who's part of our Guardians program. Eric Johnny Martin, who's been a monitor along with James for many, many years now. Jimmy Vickers, who is our Aboriginal Natural Resource Liaison, who was hired last year. Beside me in the water is Neil Heron, so he's our Field and Operations Lead, and he is filling temporarily for Jessica Weens while she's on her maternity leave, and then there's me. So that is mainly our field crew, and then I have some pictures of our lovely ladies on our team as well too. So we have Lisa Krebs, who's been emceeing this event, who is our strategic and operational initiatives. She really helps the department growth, our work planning, and really just supporting all of us as staff. So we really appreciate all the work she does. Jasmine Thomas, she's a part of our department as Stewardship and Reconciliation Lead, and you've heard a lot about her and all of the great work and support that she does between both lands and economic development. So we've been really grateful to have her on our team for the last year. And then we have Kelsey Antoine, who is now our Traditional Governance Team Lead. So she's been promoted from assistant, and she's really helped spearhead a lot of our governance initiatives. So I just want to recognize and thank my whole team. We really do have a great team, and we all work really hard for the community and for our territory. I also want to mention some of our consultants or contracted support. So Jason Yarmish helps with our fisheries work. He's really dialed into the Nechako First Nations work that we do on the Nechako River as well. Chelsea Heyer, she does a lot of our forestry co-planning with Nechako Lumber and also the monitoring program. So we'll talk a little bit about the risk ranking in my presentation. Ida Bazzola, she's been working with Darian and previously Jessica on our stewardship portal, and I'll share a little bit about that in my present today. Dave Rades, who's been supporting the monitoring team since 2017, and then previously we also had Amber Teed and Nadia Novak on our governance team over the past year, and they've both left the organization. We also have Source Environmental, who works a lot on the Blackwater and NCTL projects, They'll be here tomorrow to provide an environmental update on the mine in the afternoon. And so for our department at a high level, we really like to show this graphic because it kind of describes the different components at a high level of what our department does. And so we are really, wait for the slide to change. But at a high level, you know, our department looks at 3 areas. So stewardship of Saik'uz KO, reconciliation with Crown governments, and also governance. So the department has many functions that all work together to support advocating for the protection of Saik'uz Aboriginal rights and title, working towards restoration of our lands and waters, and have taken a holistic approach that also includes culture, community, traditional governance, and land-based healing. So between lands and economic development, our 2 departments help the negotiation and implementation of major project agreements. The L&R department focuses on our stewardship concerns, the impacts to the members' rights and mitigation, offsetting, or accommodation measures or benefits that could be provided through these projects. It's through these project agreements that Saik'uz is able to create our own source revenues, either through project benefit funding, revenue sharing, or economic development opportunities. The department also largely manages comprehensive reconciliation with the provincial government through our government-to-government agreement, Pathways Forward 3.0. And as you all know, another major part of our department is the governance program, where we have many successes that we reported out at the AGA in January, and also a community update that we had in March, I believe, including the Nian Ba Sukana document, which is we also called the land package, and this was a document that we created with the Traditional Governance Oversight Committee over a whole year that really describes Saik'uz history, some of our stewardship, and our intention over the next year is to develop this into teaching materials that we can share with the community, with industry, and other stakeholders. We also spent many, many years working on the Batlats book, and so that is in the process of being formatted, and then will be officially kind of published, I guess, just like our Nyan Ba Tsukana document. And we also continue with our monthly TGOC meetings as much as we can. I know some months there's the odd month we're not able to have a TGOC meeting, and that's just because of our workload, but we really do try to strive for those monthly meetings as much as we can. We've also hosted harvesting forums through the governance program. So in February, we had a hunting forum. In May, we had a water and fish forum, and I'll be talking a little bit more about that in my presentation as well too. Our clan nights and teaching Batlats also are continued throughout last year and this next year as well. So we also aim to support land-based healing initiatives in the community, as I mentioned at the beginning, through James Thomas's position, which links our monitoring program to TGOC and the land-based healing program at the health center, and by hosting events. So this summer, we have 2 that are upcoming. There is going to be a youth land-based healing kind of cultural teaching camp with our Saik'uz knowledge keepers, and we're also bringing in Guy and Ruby Prince. That'll be August 9th to 14th, and an adult hunting camp that will be hosting. Both of those will be at Tatuk. The adult hunting camp will be August 15th to 21st, so look out for communications and sign up for that. And the crew also supports Culture Camp every year, and we continue to look for funding and other opportunities to expand these types of initiatives. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to get to the next slide. So at a high level, every year we update our department work plan. So this was 25-26, and it's just a table that we have at the beginning of our work plan to do a high level, just kind of categorization of all the things that Saik'uz is involved with. And I'll go through some of these things in my presentation, and tomorrow will be more of the industry updates. So I won't go through everything in our work plan. just more high level. Forestry continues to be a huge part of what the Land and Resources Department does, especially with our monitoring program. And as I reported out pretty much every year since I've been in my position for the past 10 years, Saik'uz has been working with the Carrie-Sakani First Nations collectively to understand the impacts of forestry on moose, fish, and biodiversity. We've worked with the TGOC, the Traditional Governance Oversight Committee, to create an ecosystem restoration plan, which I'll show up on the next slide, which was completed in March 2023, and we continue to use this and other land-based tools to help guide the work that we're doing in our department. And so we really take a three-phased approach to forest management that considers economic, stewardship values, and supports our comprehensive reconciliation with the provincial government. So this is the map that is the ecosystem restoration plan. And so you can see it has 4 zones. This was created with community members by looking at the different values that community members pointed out across the territory. And the goal was really to create these areas of ecological integrity that created connectivity across the entire territory. There's also ecological and timber and settlement, and then community use. And so that's not to say that, you know, ecological integrity, it is the most important, but each of these have values. And through our harvesting risk ranking and the development that we're doing, we're always looking at these land use zones and planning for future state. So I know the one question that I got online is, what is Saik'uz doing to, I think it had something to do with bring back our forests to a healthy state. This is one of the tools that we're using to plan for future forest health and the state of our territory. So over the past several years, we've developed what we call Saik'uz Forest Stewardship Framework, and so this really comprises of our monitoring program, the risk ranking, which I'll go through next, our portal, and then an audit system for forestry development. So Tanazol Timber developed a risk ranking system for Glasden, and we've been working, as I mentioned, with Chelsea Heyer, who is a forester with Tanazol Timber. And we adapted their risk ranking system with Saik'uz values, and it also incorporates our ecosystem restoration plan and Yinkadene water law as the primary layers. And over the last year, it's been implemented in forestry development, and it's also supported, as I said many times, by our monitoring program and an audit program that we're developing. So I took some of this slide content from a presentation that Chelsea did, and I don't know how many times we've done risk ranking presentation. It's pretty technical for the community, so I just wanted to give like a very high level overview of what the risk ranking process is, and I do not do the risk ranking process. Chelsea does. She is a forester, and so I really trust her to look at all of this information, all of the information that the monitors provide from their site visits, and help us with our co-planning. And so really the risk ranking process at the base of it recognizes that there's a high level of disturbance in the territory, and the risk ranking process looks at varying levels of risk depending on whether the activities fall within primary or secondary forests or within our biodiversity management areas. And so primary forests are the very, very last remaining kind of forests that would have been here, 100, 200 years ago. As you know, there's not many of those, so we really aim to protect that as much as we can. And then secondary forests are kind of those forests that have been logged at least once, but they're growing back. The process also includes consideration for restoration and rehabilitation objectives, and this is incentivized through offsets, where the risk ranking creates opportunities for either rehab or restoration. So really, at a high level, the risk ranking process looks at landscape and site level consideration, including the BMAs, our primary and secondary forests, Each value is weighted according to priority and sensitivity to the value, to disturbance, different activities, different disturbance activities posed to the values or risk to the values. It also prioritizes best management practices and harvest priorities. So the best management practices, I'll go over a little bit in some of these slides and what that looks like. And the risk ranking process is also adaptable, so it's flexible, it meets current conditions or management objectives, and those can change in the territory as things change. So as we see forest fires or other impacts on the territory, we also need to adapt the way that we're managing forestry and other development in the territory. So through the risk ranking, like I said, it's very technical. She goes through all of these things. So she looks at, like I said, at the site level. She'll look at what is the species composition. So what percentage of pine, what percentage of spruce, which percentage of balsam, how sensitive is that specific stand or cut block to disturbance? What are the forest health factors? So does it have pine beetle or spruce beetle? What percentage of it is dead, which could cause a fire risk on the land based? What does the advanced regen look like? And so that's all of the shrubs, kind of the base layer of the next growth of trees that are coming up. So in our harvest plans, we really try to protect what is already growing up in those stands and not just completely destroying all of the soils and the seeds and the work that forest has spent growing up its next layer. Also wildlife habitat and our ungulate winter ranges. And then, so that's the site-specific, what does that cut block specifically hold in terms of values? And then also the landscape level attributes. So looking at the land use zones that were in the ecosystem restoration plan, our biodiversity management areas, patch size, so that's like how big the cut block is, and adjacency to primary forest, so that's with the objective to make sure that we have that connectivity, that we're not creating these huge cut blocks anymore. Also looking at the risk to forest biodiversity, looking at our Yinkadene water law and how the water, all the different water values are being managed across the territory, access management, so making sure that we're not creating new roads as much as we can, rehabilitating roads where they can be, looking at cultural heritage sites, and then also there is a pending what's called Government Action Regulation Order on Fisher that we've been working with the province on as well too. So these will set aside specific areas for fisher habitat, and then we have already ungulate winter range habitat that we've created with the province as well too. So as I mentioned, offsets, restoration, rehabilitation is a part of the risk ranking. It's something that the licensees or our partner is encouraged to do. And so those are given a negative score to offset the risk rank scores. And so they aim to acknowledge the increased effort and costs of doing alternative forest practices like thinning, partial harvest, or doing high retention, low impact systems. And then also following the land use zone guide priorities. So looking at riparian restoration, habitat and wildlife rehabilitation, climate change, access management, those all kind of, it says negative, but they add to a lower risk if the licensee considers those things. So she does this huge math equation going through all these attributes, assigns numbers to them, and at the end it comes up with a either low, moderate, or high risk. And so this isn't necessarily the decision on those specific cut blocks. It's just a conversation that we can have with our partner at Nechako around, you know, what are the risks and how are we going to mitigate them. So tying in our traditional governance oversight committee, in July 2025, we went to the John Prince Research Forest to learn about some of these new harvest practices that support ecosystem-based management. And since then, we've had 2 other forestry field trips. So there was one, I think, in the fall in our own territory, and then we just recently did one last month to the Vanderhoof Community Forest to look at commercial thinning that they're doing out there. And so really what we're looking at is leaving larger retention areas that have different ages of trees, and this way when the trees grow back you have different age classes so that they're not all the same trees that are being planted. They're all the same age when they come back. We're trying to leave variability in the stands if they've been harvested and to support different wildlife species attributes. So these harvesting practices are known as best management practices. They're the new standard for forestry and Saik'uz, and they've been shared with the province. We've been working with Nechako Lumber to achieve them, and we're working on an audit program both with Tinto and Nechako Lumber, closely assessing how these new management practices are being implemented at the ground. And so we're really in a state of continuous improvement. So I was hoping to get some footage from some harvesting that happened in the wintertime in our territory. So these are from Glasden, I'm pretty sure, but Nechako Lumber will be here tomorrow on Industry Day, and they will have a booth, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be bringing the drone imagery from the recent harvests that were done in the wintertime. But this is just to show the old practices. A lot of our forestry in the past, before Saik'uz had any input into it, this was how forestry happened. So we're all aware of these huge hundreds of hectares of clear cuts. This is what's called a skidder-based best management practices. So this is something that can be achieved with the same kind of conventional forestry equipment that Tinto and others have used for many, many years. And it just goes to show that, you know, forestry could have been doing better practices with the equipment they had. They didn't need to do clear cutting, but that was just the most efficient, economic way. And this is just an example of some of the transition we've been working with Tinto. Again, this isn't something that Tinto's done, but this is an example. And this is kind of the future of forestry, I would say. It's using a harvest forwarder system. I have on the next slide an example from the community forest from some thinning. So this is what we're aiming to have cut blocks look like more into the future. And so this is, I was hoping this video could play. I don't know if it will. Can you press that button? On the left-hand side, there should be a button to play the video there. There we go. Awesome. So this is an example from the Vanderhoof Community Forest. They used a harvester and forwarder. So on the left-hand side, that is a forwarder. So you can see it can reach its arm into the forest. It can selectively grab a tree. It then puts it sideways. It kind of shoots it and takes all the limbs off, and then it can deck it right there in the cut block. And then that equipment in the middle is what's called a forwarder, and so that also has an arm. It can go into the forest. It has, you can notice they both have like these wheels on them, so those are supposed to reduce impacts on soils and the advanced regen that I was talking about. And so they can go into the forest and pick up the decks, where, as you noticed in my first, in the clear cut kind of example, it was kind of large decks, often by roadside, which also creates an impact. So we're really aiming to move towards something like this. Commercial thinning is a very specific type of treatment that you do in cut blocks that are about 35 to 45 years old-ish. And this is just some stuff that they're starting to do in the community forest and what we're also looking at. And so the picture on the right-hand side is, if you're looking up, that's kind of what the tree canopy looks like. We took the TGOC to the Vanderhoof Community Forest last month or the month before, like I said, and when you're on the ground, it does look like trails, but it's a better way than clear cutting, I think. So this is just kind of repeating what I've said, but ultimately, you know, we've been working really closely with Nechako Lumber on our new forestry stewardship framework. They've been participating. They did participate in the development of the risk ranking process, and they've adopted it. And this whole forest stewardship framework has done a lot for our relationship with Nechako. And it's a new process that ensures that we have our economic development, that we can continue to have Tinto operating, and also supporting our stewardship values. So again, using our ecosystem restoration plan, we're looking at areas of high sensitivity that have the most monitoring, both pre and post-harvest, and the audit program is being developed. Again, it's going to be focused on areas of high sensitivity and how the logging occurred in those areas and ways that we can continue to improve. And so we've really shifted our monitoring program by doing a deep assessment at the block level to landscape level goals with clear stewardship targets. And this is because we have so much monitoring work that our crew has to do. For many, many years since we started the program, they've been chasing after salvage wood that's dead. Sometimes it's not economical. It's very challenging stands to work in. And so we're still planning and co-planning and managing for objectives in those blocks, but we're trying to focus on areas that need that deep level of assessment and the areas to prioritize. So as I said, next steps, we're going to continue with our continuous improvement. We're going to continue working with Tinto, with the operators to make sure that our stewardship objectives are being made on the ground when harvesting occurs. And we're also, over the last year, have been developing an information management portal and different work systems. So on this next slide, I just have an overview of the stewardship portal and how it looks right now. And so this is one of the tools that we're developing to have all our monitoring data, all of our land use plans and everything on one online portal. So this one right now, it has the territory, it has our biodiversity management areas, it has the ungulate winter ranges, the community use areas, and you can see on the legend there's lots of other things that can be looked at. And so where we're going with this stewardship portal, the next phase of development is we're going to be creating a referrals piece to this. So Darian's been helping a lot with this piece. And so the way that it works right now is that we get referrals for any type of development through the province, sometimes proponents, people who want various things. And so right now we have, the information comes through email. In the future, it will come through our stewardship portal. It will be put on the government and the proponents to provide their information into our stewardship portal. Darian's been working on standard responses to the different developments, and so I'm really hoping later this year we can actually hire a full-time referrals person to help continue to develop this, to respond to referrals. And it's something that we've needed for many, many, many years, so I'm really grateful for Jessica previously and now Darian, who's been helping develop this tool. Next, I'm going to be moving on to water and fish. Oh, I forgot one note I made. So with the risk ranking right now, you know, we've made it for forestry, but right now we're looking at creating a different type of risk ranking system that will connect to the portal but applies to other types of development like gravel pits. And we're also looking at something that can be applied also to mineral and exploration claims. And this will include no-go zones for those types of development. So yeah, look out for continued community engagement on some of those pieces. Next is water and fish. So one of the major projects we've been working on since 2021 is the Nulkai Tachek Tsinkit pilot project. I will just call it a project now. I don't think it's a pilot anymore. I think it's an established program now, and it's a government-to-government initiative to address the cumulative impacts of development on Nulkai Tachik. This is part of the provincial response to the Rio Tinto case. They've been pretty slow to really do anything, but they have provided, space for this project and discussions with Saik'uz around the impacts on our lakes. And they've also provided a little bit of funding for stewardship projects on the Nechako. But one of the major things that happened in 2023 was EDI prepared a report to understand the environmental health of the watershed and to inform land use management responses and future land use objectives. In spring of 2024, Nulkai Tachik project was expanded to include the Sinkit watershed, and this was to acknowledge the direct connection to the Nechako River and the cumulative impacts. And so I think before this time, I talked about this at the AGA in January as well. We had a water referral that was going to take up the rest of the carrying capacity of the Sinkit watershed for agriculture. And through the work in our department, we were able actually to collaborate with the province and have this referral denied. And so the province acknowledged this and worked with us to include this into our pilot project. And so a lot of what we're trying to do to try and get some change on the ground is creating a technical monitoring program to support the requirements for water sustainability planning, implementation of the Inca Dene water law, and it's been a bit of a challenge to get uptake on that water sustainability planning process. There's right now only one planning process in BC, and that's in the Coxsala watershed in Cowichan Nation. And I actually have some connections there, and I know they've been doing this for 3 or 4 years, and it is a challenge for them, even though they have a mandated water sustainability planning process. I think right now we've been told the province isn't willing to get into a water sustainability planning process with us, but we're going to continue to collect information and continue to build our case. The water sustainability planning process is the only way to get government to create changes to water licenses and other things that are affecting the watershed. I know this is really hard to see on the PowerPoint, so I apologize for that, but one of the key things from this map is that it talks about the human disturbance and the cumulative effects that have happened. So in the table below, it talks about some of the major impacts to our watershed is through agricultural and clearing. So that has about a 15% impact on the watershed. Cut blocks, so all up in Nulkai Hills and the surrounding area, that has about 34% impact on the watershed. And then it also cites some mining and extraction, power, recreation, right-of-ways, urban. But this all aligns with previous work that was done in the watershed. So there's been lake core samples that were done, I think in the early 2000s, that really show a direct link to the impacts of Nulkai Tachik to when the Kenny Dam was built. And this is because the Kenny Dam Road created access, it created opportunity for forestry and further agricultural development in our area. So there's 3 main ways that we're currently working to address water issues in the territory within our specific local watershed here around the community. So one is technical. We have our field monitoring program, and the department was able to secure funding through the Watershed Security Fund for a water quality monitoring program. And with support from the Upper Fraser Fisheries Conservation Alliance, the team has put up 3 hydrometric stations that collect flow measurements and depth along with temperature loggers. So some of these are, if you attended the Water and Fish Forum, Rebecca and Ashley showed that. So we do have a live dashboard for some of those water stations. They have some water stations that they also manage in the territory on Sinkit and at Tatuk Finger area. I think those are the main ones. And then the crew also has an additional 28 sites where they collect monthly water samples and measurements for turbidity, dissolved oxygen, and pH. And so those are all indicators of water health, basically. And actually, we still have all of our maps from the Water and Fish Forum, but on the back. So there is a map that has the different water quality locations, and then the different land use planning layers as well are back there. So definitely encourage people to take a look at those when you get a chance at a break. There's also, so that's the technical component. Just bring it back. I said there's 3 ways Saik'uz is addressing water issues in the territory. The second is operational governance, and this is really the collaboration that we're seeing with the province. So we're really looking at structures and processes to collaborate on those water license referrals with governments and establishing Saik'uz model for decision making over these. The next is a strategic or political level. And so part of this is working with the other Nechako First Nation, so that's Noddle and Stalatin, to change range use plans. We have an example of this with the River Ranch, and so really happy. This is new news that we received in the last few weeks through some of the monitoring that we've done with the Nechako First Nations, through our Nechako scopes with Rio Tinto. We've been doing monthly water quality on the Nechako River, along with site observations of cattle in the river in the upper Nechako. So we're really talking about that part of the river between Cheslata Falls and kind of Notley Bridge. That's the upper Nechako. And so the River Ranch, it used to be the HSP Ranch. They have a huge range tenure that was on both sides of the river, so within Saik'uz and then on the other side of the river in Notley and Stalaco territory. We were observing cattle in the stream, and then through our water quality, we're able to actually prove that there is cattle feces in the river during those times as well too. And yeah, happy to report recently the province let us know that they changed the range use plan, so there's no more cows allowed in the Nechako River for that range use. So that's really, really, really awesome. Thanks, guys. And then also Saik'uz signed a MOU with the Nechako Valley Regional Cattlemen's Association to explore different ways that water can be managed, so no cows in streams. We signed this MOU on September 28th last year on Rivers Day, and more work to come on that front. So this is a slide or a picture from just last week. The department continues to aim at increasing our fisheries capacity. So in 2025, our goal was to collect further data around resident fish populations. And at the Fishing Derby this year, the guys collected voluntary fish data from participants at the Fishing Derby, and this included fish heads. So what the guys are doing in this picture is they're removing otoliths, and the otoliths are like an inner ear bone within the head of the fish. They're really small in the rainbow trout. I got to do a couple. It was really fun and interesting. But an otolith is basically like a tree ring. And so from that inner bone in the fish head, you can look at the age, you can learn about the life history of that fish, where it was born, where it swam to. So this is mostly done usually with like salmon and things like that, but we wanted to collect some data for Nalkai. So I'm really excited and proud of our guys for doing this. We don't have any funding to actually process the otoliths at this point, but we do have some fish data that is a point source in time, and hopefully we can find some funding to help us process some of these otoliths and collect more data into the future. So I talked a little bit about this previously, but the Nechako River monitoring is a big part of our program too. In January and at the Fish and Water Forum, Jason gave an update on the 5 years of monitoring that we've been doing with the Nechako First Nations on fish habitat and life history. So some of this is collecting those otoliths from both salmon and Chinook within the river. And then, as I mentioned, capturing the impacts of cattle on the upper Nechako, and then also the effects of the summer temperature management program. And that's really what the goal of the sonar program is. So the sonar, up here we have pictures. We have a site at Vanderhoof, so that little shack up there holds the generator and some of the infrastructure that's needed to run this specific site. It's upstream of Riverside on a little island, so the guys have to boat there every day, download the data, and then it gets uploaded to a laptop where we have Veronica Barfit and usually somebody from Nodley or Stelacco who help actually review the sonar footage and count every fish. Yeah. So that's a big part of it's become part of our summer monitoring program in between July and August. And we've been doing this since 2022, as well as collecting those water quality samples from the upper Nechako every month. So in the future, we really want to continue collecting further data around our resident fish populations and continue to look at additional tools, solutions, funding that we can use to help the watershed and our populations. Now, moving on, as I mentioned at the beginning, we, with our limited capacity, are really trying to further this mandate that we got from the TGOC around use and occupancy, around land-based healing, and creating these opportunities for community members. And it is a small part of our department, but we are doing our best with our huge workload to create these opportunities. So as I mentioned, this was added in our 25-26 work plan as direct feedback from our Traditional Governance Oversight Committee. They wanted us to see us supporting the Governance Committee and communities on getting back on the land, land-based healing and culture, and to reestablish camps and trails in the territory. So this one's taking a little bit of time just because we do have so many priorities, and but we started the development of community trails just back here. So you might have noticed, I know I did see some people quadding back there at times. But the intention is to create a boardwalk of trails in the back here, to clean it up, to create interpretive signs so that community members have a nice place to just be in the forest, in the community. We're going to create a picnic area back there. There's a really nice kind of natural cleared grassy spot back there. And then also just to bring, if we have visitors or the daycare, just other people to get out and get connected to the land on our reserve. We have a really big aspiration to reconnect our trail from Nolkai to Tadak, some of our traditional trails, and then also to help support building cabins in the KOs across our territory. So really targeting this as a part of our 28 to 29 work plan, but we also need to get buy-in and some funding from Chief and Council to do this. We do have a blueprint and some equipment lists, so we know a little bit of what it'll cost and materials to build a cabin. So yeah, just be patient with us because we're doing a lot of stuff, but we really are committed to helping support this as well. With our governance program, so as I mentioned, if you don't know, we have our Traditional Governance Oversight Committee. If you don't know who your family representative is, you can talk to Kelsey Antoine. You can actually talk to Kelsey Antoine anytime you want about the Traditional Oversight Committee. Or myself if you have any questions. And I talked about it at the beginning. Some of the things we did was the land package. There was many reviews with elders, the TGOC council. It actually went to Stalatin Council because there was references to the Rio Tinto court case. And we also had a legal review of that. So this will be kind of like a foundation for internal and external understanding of Saik'uz recent culture and history, and it makes up a bit of a cultural competency material. So we're going to be working with the TGOC to create presentation materials over the next year for this. We also have our Bathlats kits, or revitalizing Bathlats. So there's the clan nights, the teaching Bathlats. Kelsey and Amber created Bathlats kits. So they're just little papers of tea and sugar and other things that can be passed out to teach kids and members how we do Bathlats and protocols. And the Bathlats book will be finished and published for members this year. So as I mentioned, the TGOC meets monthly as much as we can, and we really try to involve them in reviewing the work that the department is doing, participating in, and getting their feedback, and it does follow that family representative model. And we're continuously adapting, improving, getting feedback from TGOC, from community on this. So nothing's ever set in stone. We're always learning and willing to adapt to meet the needs of the community for this process. And here's a picture, again, from our last TGOC meeting. So we have Albert and Sharon and David and Lisa in there, Fafa, James, Kelsey, and that's Jeff. He'll likely be here tomorrow. He works for Nechako Lumber. But this is example at the ground level, again, of what that commercial thinning looks like. So you can see there's been a lot of that regen that's left. There's still forests there, and it looks pretty good, I think. The other thing our governance program has been doing is it's a joint initiative through our department as well, is our harvest forums. So these forums are really intended to help further support the land use plan, so those ecosystem restoration plan, the Yinkadene water law, and also the way that we respond to the province on these items. So in February 2026, as I said, we had our hunting forum. I'll show in the next slide a map that we created as an outcome of that hunting forum. And so there's management recommendations that are coming out of that. We are currently in the process of finalizing a report that'll be available to members on that hunting forum. And Darian's also working on taking that report and creating a formal response to the province on the regulations and allocations that we discussed in February as well. This is going to be a multi-year process in discussion with the province, so we're not going to see some of these changes immediately. It is going to take time, but we'll definitely continue to report back to membership on how that's going. We also had our Water and Fish Forum in May, and there was a lot of learning and sharing about our waters, about our fish, and I think it was really productive. We had a great presentation from Pete Erickson and Nechako about how they created Team Tallow and their fisheries hatchery, so that was really exciting. And I think one of the main takeaways I took away from the Water and Fish Forum is that community members would really like to see us explore fisheries hatchery for Nolkai Tachik. So right now the province stocks fish. They're sterile fish, so they're rainbow trout. They're bred in a hatchery, and they're not meant to reproduce. So members gave us feedback that they would really love us to look for funding, to develop capacity to create a rainbow trout hatchery, so we no longer have those hatchery fish in our watershed. They're good for recreational fishers, I guess, but doesn't really support the natural, the native populations that we have in our watershed. Again, I can't promise anything in the next year, but it's in the work plan, and we'll continue to look for funding in ways that we can make that a reality. And so our next harvesting forum, we're still working through a date, but we're gonna be working with Minnie to host this in September 2026. So it'll be a 3-day plant and medicine forum. So look out for announcements on that as well. So as promised, this, again, not the best, unfortunately, but it shows the outcomes of our Hunters Forum. So you can see, for an example, in the red dotted line in the middle of the territory, it aligns with the community use, and then also in the red road, Doll Mountain kind of area there, south of the reservoir. Those are areas that community provided feedback as candidate areas for protection. We also have proposed 400-meter no shooting zones on some of the main Forest Service roads. So I think it was the Cluskis, Corkscrew 200, those types of things. And all of these, to be clear, are recommendations that we're providing to the province for non-Indigenous hunters. So those are called resident hunters. They are people who do not hold the same rights to hunt in our territory unless they buy into the lottery or they hold licenses to hunt in the territory. Yeah, and I guess with that, I'll just say Snatch Alfaya, thank you all, and I'm ready to answer questions. Huh? Yeah, no cheap shots, like Adam said.
Cheryl Vandelar, I was just wondering about like our creek here. Like you talked a little bit about like the Nechako River and that they're not letting like cattle in there. And so what are we doing about like around our area, because all you can see is just this green and on top, and I'm not sure why that's happening. Is it because of the cattle, and is there any way to fix that or to make it healthier?
Yeah. So the cattle definitely do contribute to that, and what we've learned through those lake core sediments that I had mentioned, it's really the issue of the cyanobacteria. That's the green stuff they call it, like the algae that forms. That comes from nutrients that enter the water, and that comes from landscape changes like forestry through agriculture. So phosphorus occurs naturally in the earth, and when you create cut blocks and you don't protect those water bodies or the way that the water flows, those natural nutrients like phosphorus can enter into the water. On top of that, through forestry, in the past practices, they didn't protect things like wetlands. And Nolkai, up in Nolkai Hills, they had a lot of wetlands historically, and so that would act as our filter to help capture some of those nutrients before it came into Nolkai and Stony Creek and Tachik. And so really, it is a very complicated issue, and to address it, I think one of the things I would really like to see is wetland restoration. I don't know a whole lot about that, but I think that is one of the keys, is trying to recreate some of those wetlands and bring them back so there's more of a filter system in our watershed. And then also that water sustainability process I think is really, really important, and so that will help change some of the pressures that we're feeling in the watershed during those low flow conditions. So in July and August, when the waters are low and people are pulling water to feed their agricultural farms and those types of things. Also the farms that have created, they also have runoff from all of the, what are those called, fertilizers and things like that they put on the fields. Those also affect the cyanobacteria, and it feeds it. And the other thing that I learned about the lakes is that Nolkai and Tachik are actually very shallow lakes, and I think the guys said the deepest part of the lakes are like 30 meters or something like that. And so like in a more healthy lake system, they have deeper waters, and that phosphorus is able to settle more at the bottom of the lake. And with our lakes and the way that the wind blows in the shallow waters, that phosphorus is continuously mixing. So that's why the water is the way that it looks. And so, long answer short, there's many things that we're trying to do, but it's a huge issue that, for one, we didn't create. And we have to continue to work with the government to come up with some of these solutions. They need to help provide funding for restoration. And we are working on the range use plans around the territory. The only way we've been able to get those changes is through monitoring data. And so that's the importance of the guys going out there, collecting those samples, seeing the cows, taking pictures and say, hey, look, these are having these impacts. We have science, we have data to improve it. You guys need to change these range use tenures and make them not go into these streams anymore because it's contributing to the cumulative effects or all of these things that have created the situation that we're in today. I hope that's helpful.
That's a lot of information,
know.
and
Sorry.
that's okay.
I wish there
but
was
I'm
an
glad
easy way
you're
to
so
fix it.
smart. You know it all. I was just wondering. Linda was asking, can they have cameras? Like, and also I was wondering about Poison Bay. Like, that's a beautiful area, but I know that there was loss there, and then, but when you're there, like, the water comes in just like when you're in near the ocean.
Yeah.
And it's so good, like, and but what I see is that all the debris from somewhere else goes onto the shore, and it would be a nice place to try to clean up and to make it to be a good place, and maybe to bless that place so that no loss be there. Yeah.
Yeah. Rodney just reminded me too. So there is another group of concerned landowners around the lakes. They've created a society, and it's called the Nulkai-Tachik Stewardship Society. So we've been working with them. They were at the fishing derby. They had some information, and they're actually at the farmers market every week too, just to spread awareness about the lakes. And one of the things that they're fundraising for right now is for what's called a macrophyte weed harvester. So that's to help address the weeds that are in the lakes, because those do also contribute to the algae. And so I really applaud them, because they've been, it's a lot of money they need to raise, but they're really committed. A lot of them are retired and they're doing this work voluntarily. So we've been trying to support them in that endeavor too. So hopefully in the next few years, we'll be able to help support that program as well too.
Question. Why hasn't there been any fines levied against the farms all along this corridor, all the way up to the mine site? Because quite simply put, they're contaminating the water without any fear whatsoever. So why not put the fear of God in them and force them to live up to their responsibilities? Because we could sit around all day long and talk till the cows come home. It just ain't going to mean a damn thing. I'm sorry to say that, but sad but true.
Yep.
Let's get on with something that's going to actually make an impact around this place instead of just sitting around here talking about it.
We definitely do more than sit and talk about it, but to your point, our monitoring program, they do look for things that could be against the law, basically, in their practices. They take pictures, they record it, and they report it to the government. There's been only a few instances where we've actually been able to get charges laid against landowners who have, and I can only speak a little bit, can't talk too publicly about that stuff because one is still under investigation right now. But as much as we can, we do try to keep landowners accountable from what the guys can see. And yeah, it is really disappointing to us when the monitors see things on the ground that they don't think is right, and they report it, and the government comes back to us and tells us they're not breaking any laws. So we are doing our best. Thanks. Gary has a question.
Hello. Wondering, just a question I want to throw out there for you. Wondering, we could talk about reclamation. And I'm wondering if Saik'uz can replant all the KOs has been logged out, like it's in our jurisdiction, and I'm wondering if we'd be able to get that happening. It's just something to consider, I think.
Yeah, so through our best management practices, I mean, first of all, the forest licensees are responsible to replant cut blocks. That's their legal obligations. But through our best management practices, some of the things that we're trying to work on is ensuring that some of those things are actually left. That's the most important thing, is to actually leave it instead of removing it and then replanting it. And then one of the things that's been really difficult, but I think we're seeing some more movement on now, is on those silviculture practices. So on the brushing, on the planting, what species are being planted, making sure that they are bringing back other plants other than just pine and spruce. I know I laughed for a while because, you know, some of the foresters, they get kind of upset when you say, you're only planting pine. Oh, well, we plant 20% spruce. Okay.
Any
I
other?
see there's a question on the screen from Vanessa Vandelar. Can traditional plants be transplanted from your program workers to the new park and putting interactive signs? This can be a small start to early education for people of the nation and also to accommodate individuals that have mobility limitations that can't go to trails, possibly education and cultural language workers to collaborate with. Yeah, so we're not really involved in the new park, in the subdivision there, but for our trail, that is definitely the intention of what we're hoping to do back there. And it's accessible, so there'll be a boardwalk, so people who have walkers or wheelchairs will be able to access that. But I guess, yeah, we'd have to collaborate with admin on the other park. Any other questions online, Mar, or in the room?
Thank you so much, Cassandra.
Thank you, everybody.
So before we move into our next presentation, I just want to acknowledge it's someone's birthday today. Chantal, happy birthday. Do we want to sing? What do you think? Day to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Chantal. Happy birthday. Okay, everyone, we are back from our break. So I'd like to introduce Andreas and Michelle, and they'll introduce themselves further. This will be our last presentation for today, and then we're going to do our resolutions, community resolutions at around 4 o'clock. Yeah, so stay tuned, and we will continue on with our program for today.
You're gonna do this in case you got something to add. Hi, everybody. I'm Andreas Krebs. Please call me Rez, Lisa's brother. We always make the joke, she's my sister, we're not married, that's gross. Some of you might remember me from when we helped facilitate the Saik'uz election code amendment process. And we're gonna do something, I mean, the process is gonna be somewhat similar now, but the 3 Nechako First Nations are working on developing custom membership codes. And so we are gonna be helping with that. You're gonna be seeing and hearing a lot more from us, and we're gonna be asking some folks to join on an oversight committee. I'll just start by introducing myself and Michelle here. Like I said, Res Krebs, resident strategic, and we do a lot of work for First Nations in governance, decision making, and also strategic communications. I'll just mention that I'm from originally from Langley, that's Kwantlen territory, and my dad is from Switzerland, and my mom is from the Lower Mainland in Vancouver, and I reside in Clayton territory in Prince George. Michelle?
Thanks, Rez. Hi, everyone. My name is Michelle Aussie. I guess I'll stand up. My name is Michelle Aussie. I'm from Stellatin First Nation, and I also work with Resident Strategic. I will be supporting Rez on this project. And yeah. Thank you.
I'll also mention Lisa will be working on this project too to ensure that the Saik'uz process for community engagement is followed, and she'll probably be also, her and Ellery will be working on a bunch of the community engagement happening here in Saik'uz. So, a membership code. Want to talk about a little bit why this is important. And I also just want to signal that there is a brochure on everyone's page, or a handout that Michelle put together here, and you can follow along. You know, a membership code, right now, the Indian Act and Ottawa determine who can be a member of Saik'uz First Nation. A membership code is, it's possible for First Nations to take that responsibility out of the Indian Act and have your own membership code. The kinds of things that are going to be, what kind of concepts and the ideas that are part of the membership code include things like family and belonging. Who is a member of the community, and how do they become members of the community? Identity and culture, continuing Saik'uz culture, community relationships, the importance of making sure that people who are members of Saik'uz First Nation are the people that should be part of this community, and ensuring that future generations, you're deciding who amongst those future generations are going to be part of your community, right? There are challenges and gaps in this current system, and where this custom election code is going to help create clearer guidelines, processes, and structures so that Saik'uz itself is going to have control over that membership. I'm just going to be introducing the process a little bit. So we're here because, as I mentioned, currently there's federal control over the membership of Saik'uz, right? And we are going to institute a community-led project over about the next year in order to decide how you want this code to look. And then there's going to be, Saik'uz will have its own membership code that will dictate a number of things that I'll get into in a minute. So that's the basic process. Right now, we have to take it away from Ottawa and build something that reflects what Saik'uz wants to see, that will define how someone can become a member, etc. I'm going to get into that right now. So there are kind of five main areas that the membership code will cover. And they're on that, I believe it's page 3. They're kind of outlined in pretty good detail here. The first one is who is eligible for band membership, right? For instance, can you only become a member of the Saik'uz First Nation by birth? Do both parents need to be band members? These are the kinds of things that are possible to change when you create your own custom code. Can membership be acquired through adoption, marriage, etc.? Do you have to have status to be a member of Saik'uz First Nation? We'll get into status in a minute, but that's a question that you can answer there in terms of membership eligibility. We also we have the power to decide how people can apply to become members of Saik'uz First Nation. What's the application process? Do you want to institute a cost? What kind of documentation is required? How will the application be submitted, et cetera? Decision-making process, that will be in the code as well. Who's going to make decisions over who can become a member of Saik'uz First Nation? Who will review those applications? There will be an appeals process, right? How can decisions, that's number 4, how can decisions be reviewed and appealed? Because if you know, any process like this, these, you know, processes that are important for people's identity, belonging, et cetera, you want to make sure that it's done right. You will have an appeals process. And finally, if you want to give up your Saik'uz band membership, for instance, if you are moving to another community and you're taking on membership there, maybe Saik'uz allows to a dual citizenship, what they might call dual citizenship, or multiple memberships, but maybe they don't. You may have to give it up. How does that work, right? Those are the kinds of things that we're going to be talking about over the next year. And there's going to be, you'll be hearing from us a lot. We'll be gathering people together quite a bit, and there will be a committee put in place to oversee that. I just want to make sure that everyone understands this is in really big writing, because there's 2 things here. There's status and there's membership. I will say Ottawa is not giving up their control over who has status. I can't remember the term. I think it's called an obligation. But, you know, other First Nations who are in independent government agreement negotiations, or who have developed an independent government agreement, who have developed treaties, et cetera, who have taken over exactly how people can become members or citizens of their nations, they still do not have access to who has status. Ottawa guards that, and they will not relinquish that. They do allow Saik'uz to say, you can decide who is a member of your First Nation, and you can decide that there are members of your First Nation who don't have status. I'm sure folks have friends and family who maybe have kids who have lost status because of the second generation rule, the 6162, if you followed that in the news recently with the bill, Senate Bill S2. So there is the opportunity, if Saik'uz so chooses, to develop a membership code that allows people who do not have status to join. We're going to do questions at the end. So if you've got a question, maybe write it down just so you don't forget. We'll do questions at the end. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that whole status issue. We're not touching it. We can't touch it. Ottawa has a wall around it. We want to talk a little bit about how members are going to be involved. There will be community meetings and information sessions specifically for this project. Where you will see surveys. That's a very useful early way to collect information on what people want to see. So there will be an online survey for folks who'd like to do things online. There will be a paper survey. Michelle already had a question about how we might help people who need help with the survey, and we'll probably end up doing that at some of these community meetings. We'll bring the survey out in paper and make sure that people have an opportunity to get help with that if they need it. And there's going to be this oversight committee. So we want elders, youth, knowledge holders, and actually anyone who's interested to work on, to come forward if you're so interested to join that oversight committee. Michelle's been boothing all day. She's out just outside those doors there, and she has forms to fill out. There's also on both of these pieces of paper her email address. If you don't have an email address, you can always talk to if Elisa's around or folks at administration. If you're interested in joining this committee, we want to hear from you. So the easiest way would be today to grab a form and fill it out. And that committee is going to start working, I believe, in September. Yeah. Anybody. We're trying to get youth, we're trying to make sure there's elders and everybody in between. On reserve, off reserve, everybody's invited. Please, if you're interested, put an application in. Information is going to be shared through, obviously, the community meetings that I already talked about. Email updates. If you've got an email address and you want to be added to our email list, we're helping to build that list. There is going to be a dedicated Facebook page for this, and then those updates will also be shared through the Saik'uz Facebook page. There will be a dedicated website, and if we don't want to put too much work onto the Saik'uz comms folks. We will have a dedicated website up and running very soon, and that's where there will be a repository of information there. And obviously, we'll have print materials available here. At some point, there will be folks going door to door, and you'll be receiving print materials on the project there as well. Just want to make sure we're talking about voting. Where's voting? Is it working with our neighbors? Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about working with our neighbors. You notice it's the Nechako First Nations membership code. In order to, because all the Nechako First Nations, Saik'uz, Stalaten, Nadle, they all have this interest in developing a membership code. So they wanted to come together and do it together. That means that there will be the oversight body, the oversight committee will be made up of members of each of those 3 First Nations. That's an opportunity to share costs and resources. It's an opportunity to learn from one another. So if, for instance, if Saik'uz was doing this on their own, they had a really good idea, Stalaten might not have heard about it, but now we've got 3 communities working together, so those ideas can be shared. We're coordinating on engagement and research, and building better governance tools together. All of that said, Saik'uz is going to have its own membership code at the end of the day. It's not going to be one membership code for all 3 communities. So where there are differences in the approach that needs to be taken by each community, those differences are going to be reflected in the individual membership codes. Let's see if this works. Yeah. So that oversight committee that I was talking about, we want to see representation from each community. We want to see a mix of youth, elders, and knowledge holders. There are going to be monthly evening meetings, so that's one of the important things. So if you're interested in joining, they will be in person and online. How we're going to run this, and this is where we will be leaning on somebody like Mar. We will have folks coming into each community, Saik'uz, Stalaten, Stelako, and Nadle, and running a joint meeting so that it's both in person and online, just because it should make it easier for travel, etc. And then folks who are, if they want to join from Prince George or whatever, they can also join online. So those meetings will be held all together, and that committee is going to review the materials that are being produced for engagement and communications, provide that feedback, and guide that membership code development. Reviewing ideas from other membership codes that we will be collecting and reviewing and putting in front of people, reviewing the research, like the surveys and the community engagement, and drafting the concepts that are going to end up in the membership code at the end. This process will also lean on a lawyer who will draft the final version of this. We're going to be using concepts and ideas and keep it plain language, and then ask the lawyer to turn it into something that can be, in legalese, right? If you're interested in the membership code committee, I already mentioned this, grab a form. Michelle, you can see Michelle, she's over here. She'll be at the booth until the end of the day. You've got her email there. You've got her email on the handouts. And if you want to talk to Desiree, she can also help you. She'll forward things to Michelle. Again, this is a community-led process guided by community members at the Oversight Committee and through these meetings. I want to talk about the official vote. So at the end of this whole process, there's going to be a vote. Saik'uz is going to hold a vote. One of the reasons why we're pushing to get people's email addresses, and we want everybody here to make sure they tell everybody that you know that is a member of either Saik'uz, Salatin, or Notley about this, is because in order for this to pass, it doesn't just have to pass a vote. It has to pass a vote where at least 50% of people who are eligible to vote show up. So we're going to work really hard. This is part of the reason why we gave ourselves a year, because right now, 50% of people who are eligible to vote at chief and council elections don't show up. We have a very high bar to pass here, right? In order for Saik'uz to take control of their membership code, 50% of people have to show up for the vote. So I'm going to say this a lot. You're going to hear this from me a lot. If you've got folks out there that you know who aren't necessarily coming to these meetings, please tell them about this project. If you're on Facebook and you see one of our Facebook posts, please share it. If you want to send us your email, please send us your email. If you've got folks who you get an email from us, you want to forward it to them, forward it to them. We're going to make sure, like through this process, this is also for after we're done, Saik'uz is going to have a much better email list, and they're going to have some better tools so that they can reach as many people as possible anytime they want to get information out. Honestly, Saik'uz already does an excellent job, but I know there are people out there who aren't receiving information, and we want to make sure we get to them, because ultimately we're going to have a vote at the end of the day, probably next summer, probably in just less than a year, and we want to make sure that at least 50% of people show up. So the timeline for the process here, we're here, project launch summer 2026. We're trying to get people who are interested in joining the Oversight Committee to sign up for that. We're going to start community engagement in the fall and move into the winter of 2027. Spring 2027, that oversight body is going to be drafting that code. We're going to have a community review and probably a final meeting where the code gets circulated and we talk about it in pretty serious detail. And then, like I said, mid-2027, we'll have that vote. And now we're on questions. Again, Michelle, she's right here. Her email's there. So I think we had a question over here, right?
Okay, we'll just ask the mic to get passed around. Here, I've got one too.
I was just wondering about so when ladies, they lost their status for Bill C-31, and then non-native ladies, they gain status. Do they still have status, or did they get it taken away?
Okay, I'm going to only talk about the membership code, but status, like I mentioned, we can't touch status. There may be in the membership code ways to say whether or not someone should be a member or should have their membership removed from Saik'uz First Nation, but the membership code won't touch status. So if there are people who are, for instance, they're non-Indigenous, and through that marriage thing that was happening before, they've gained status and are members of Saik'uz First Nation, there is an opportunity through the membership code to say, we don't want those kinds of people to be members of Saik'uz First Nation, but we can never touch status. It's off the table.
Because that's just what, the government just create division.
Yeah.
For people.
Thanks for the question. Okay.
Hi, I'm Darlene, and I'm from Saik'uz First Nations. My question is to you is, what's the purpose of this going to be if the Ottawa won't release the membership like you say?
Yeah, this is again back to that difference between status and membership, right? So you're like, you can have status and not be a member of a band right now, right?
But you're not Indian. You can't have status if you're not Indian.
So you can have status, right? You can be a status Indian under the Indian Act and not be a member of a band. So
Okay, you're confusing me there. You're saying one thing and then saying another thing.
it's two things, right?
Right, but then specify what you really mean on what you're talking about, because you've just lost me.
Okay. So your name's Darlene?
Yes.
You've got a status card. What are the last three numbers? Are the first or last three numbers? First three numbers, that's Saik'uz, right?
Yep.
So there's two things happening on your status card. It says you've got Indian status, and it says what band you're a member of.
Yep.
Right? So there are people out there who have status cards that don't have those first three numbers. What I'm saying is, that status, we're not touching status. That's status controls like healthcare, status controls the taxation, status controls a few of those kinds of things. But membership, you're a member of Saik'uz First Nation.
Yep.
Who can be a member of Saik'uz First Nation? That's what we're going to be talking about. Who, and this is particularly important because as Mission is Cheryl mentioned, there might be people who are members of Saik'uz First Nation and have status who shouldn't be. There are also, I bet you, there are people out there who have lost their status, and you might still want them to be a member of Saik'uz First Nation, right? Thinking about grandkids who, through the double mothering rule, have lost their status. And right now, under the current code that is Ottawa controlled, the current membership code that's Ottawa controlled, you have to have status to be a member of Saik'uz First Nation. It might be, and we'll talk about this, it might be that you want people who can't get status because of Ottawa's rules to still be a member of Saik'uz First Nation, to still be able to vote in chief and council elections, to still receive other benefits to still be able to live on reserve. All those kinds of things are the kinds of things that are associated with membership and not status. So is a big deal. Like the difference between those two things is a big deal, right?
Are the three numbers in front of your status card, that's the difference?
Yeah.
You're saying. Okay, why didn't you say that from the get-go instead of confuse me?
I'm getting some shade here.
Well, you're not, like you're saying one thing and then saying another thing, like you're confusing.
It's confusing.
If you're confusing me, you're probably confusing the other members.
Also confused all the time. It's a very complex thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Jamie Antoine here from Saik'uz First Nation. I live off reserve. So I've got two boys who are not status, and I would like to have them registered as a member, even though they aren't qualified through federal, to qualify for status, right? So I do want to have them be a part of the community, feel obligated and accepted through membership, right? Because my boys are going to grow up and not have the benefits of having status, right? So, but if they have the benefit of membership, then they can have that community involvement. So the membership code, what you're talking about, do you know how many people are currently eligible for membership but are not?
I'm going to get really clear that it is a choice to be made whether your boys can become members, and those are the kinds of choices that this process is going to make, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know out there how many folks are, I will just say recently the federal government did an engagement on this section S2, 6.2, and they would have sent an email to Saik'uz First Nation to say, there are this percentage of people who are on your list who are not eligible for status. We might be able to dig that up. We could also do math. We could also make that part of the survey, for instance, and try to find those numbers. Very hard to find those numbers, I will say.
Fair enough, yes. So how often will the membership code be reviewed?
So there will be an amendment process built into that thing.
Okay.
And that'll also be part of the
structure.
Say, like,
Yeah.
do you want to have a regular review?
Yeah.
How do you want to trigger an amendment?
Right.
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 Does there need to be a petition for amendments? Does there need to be a band council resolution?
Yeah.
Those are all the questions that need to be answered through this process, right?
And then do you know if the membership code will affect the funding that the federal government gives?
It will not affect
No.
the funding. That's the whole point about status, right?
Right.
Ottawa doesn't want you to be able to tell them how much money they give you.
Okay.
They don't want to ever give that up.
Yeah.
That's the whole point, right? So you can decide now that you want to have a more or less inclusive membership code, and it's outside of Ottawa's control at that point.
And then the safeguards can we put in place to prevent future councils from changing membership rules, say 10 years from now?
Yeah, and that'll be part of the amendment process, right?
Right. Okay.
Just to take it back from Ottawa, it's that very onerous, very high bar. 50% people have to show up to the vote, and it has to pass a majority of the vote, right? So I doubt you're going to want to put that high bar in the amendment process. You might say, if you ever want to amend this thing, it's got to have this huge double majority system. Or you might say, it's just a standard, like Saik'uz already has a community vote in your election code. We know that because we helped amend it. Maybe this can be amended by a community vote. It might be something as simple as that.
Okay. And then I'm just hoping that the awareness, because I know a lot of elders and community members do not have social media or Facebook or a way, we do the door-to-door notices and things like that to keep people informed.
Yeah, as much as possible.
As much as possible.
Materials door to door.
Yeah.
We are hoping that, again, like I'm saying, I'm hoping that folks here, you've come here now, I'm hoping that you'll be able to make sure you talk to people about this thing. It's going to be a little bit of, through the grapevine. Again, within Saik'uz, there will be definitely door to door. We haven't decided, we may decide that we need to use the election list to mail something out in advance of the election. But it's a big deal. We want to make sure that we have as many people understanding and involved as possible. So, yeah. There was another question over here. You got it? Yeah.
I got a question. Some of what Jamie brought up, that with the code, the in-care, say the in-care,
oh yeah,
they've all grown up.
Yeah.
And they had kids with a white person.
Yeah.
It's non-status, but the mother or the father could be. And then that biological parent with the status, membership, whatever you want to call it, passes away and they have kids. I've seen this, and a lot of the times the parents, they said, yeah, we'll do it, but then they're never able to understand all the procedure of how to get their child registered.
Yeah.
So the children, they end up losing out on stuff that they could have benefited from.
Yep.
So I think that's important to get that code up and to help those parents who are probably now grandparents or they have been deceased. So then when they're deceased, I don't know how that would work, because they have other family members who could say, yes, that was my niece or my nephew or
yeah,
whatever.
And that speaks to two things, I think. One is the communications issue, right? Trying to get the word out. And two, we're gonna be grappling with the process for applying for membership, not status again, but membership to Saik'uz. So what I'm hearing from you is that we want to make this an accessible process, right? So that's going to be something that the oversight body and in these meetings that we have starting in the fall, we're going to talk about, like, well, what is that process for applying going to look like? Because I assume that I haven't seen a status application, but I assume it's very difficult. So I'm going to guess that we're going to try to make something that's a little less difficult, a little more accessible for people. Yeah. I see there's an online question. What about the funding we get from the feds for our numbers? This is again about status. The feds, because this is why we cannot touch status. They won't let us touch status. It's because of that money issue. The feds will only ever give money. Right now, the feds will only give money or send money. I don't want to say give. They will only hand over money based on status numbers, right? And so on reserve. For most programs, it's on reserve even, right? So like that's a huge problem on its own. We can't tell them who can be status. We can't tell them who they should be sending any resources for. But Saik'uz itself has resources, and when you decide whether or not you would include or increase or decrease the amount of people who are eligible to be a member of the community, that's one of the things you want to think about, right? What is it that what are the benefits that come to you as a member of Saik'uz First Nation besides being able to vote for chief and council? What are those, right? So we're going to think about all those. We're going to probably put a list together and then think really hard, like how wide do you want to make this thing? It's a harder question at that point, because it's like you want to be able to include people, but you're going to have to think about some of the numbers. Yeah, and there are custom membership codes out there that include a blood quantum. There are custom membership codes out there that have said no way are we touching blood quantum, because it's colonial in many ways, right? So it happens, yeah. We got one over there, and then we got. Oh, sorry, it's that one first. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Chloe. My mother's Vanessa Vandelar. My grandma's Cheryl Vandelar. I'm from the Grouse clan, Saik'uz. I was just wondering, you were talking about youth and elders and everybody, right? So at these monthly meetings, what would be things that we'd be going over, talking about? Like, what would that entail?
So we're probably going to start by brainstorming topics that we want to ask people about in the survey, right? So that's one example. We're going to be reviewing other membership codes. What have other people done? Like, what kind of things have other people looked at already? We're going to be thinking, and then we're going to be going into community, asking questions at membership meetings like this and through the survey. Then we're going to take that information back and review it at these meetings. We're going to be saying, okay, well, how does what we've heard from community members, how would we translate that into rules that we're going to set out for this code, right? And then once we've thought about that, we're going to go back into community, come back and forth a couple times, and then we're going to say, okay, this is what we're going to propose, right? Go back to community kind of for a last look, because it should reflect what people have already said. We're going to have another revision. We're going to go, and then we're going to get the legal process. And then you may, the election side of things is going to be handled by an electoral officer, but it's likely also that you'll be part of some of the communications around the vote, right? So reviewing some of those communications materials and the push out and everything like that. it's showing up to those meetings and probably a couple of hours more. It is an honorarium, as per the honorarium policy here at Saik'uz, there is an honorarium attached. But we want people who are like I always say, you got to be a little bit of a nerd, right? It's a complex thing, like we were just saying. Like, it's very complex, and it's gonna be a lot to wrap our heads around that. And so, yeah, those are the kinds of things. Yeah.
Can I add one more question? Also, is this something that's happening across other communities as well? Like you said, the 3. Is there other groups of communities that are also doing similar things?
Any community, any First Nation in Canada has the opportunity to do this. I will say, in the 80s, there was the process to it's called Section 10 on the Indian Act, the process to get your membership code out of the Indian Act has been around for a while, but in the 80s they put in that double majority voting thing that I mentioned. So 50% of the people have to show up, and then you have to have a majority of people vote for it. And because of that, the number of communities who have been successful in taking it back has really reduced. So there were a whole bunch of communities who did it before the end of the 80s there, and then this new rule came in and it became more difficult. So that's like, yeah. So it's a standard process, but it's got a real high bar. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, who is next? Okay.
Yeah, I missed your earlier presentation. Just wondering, maybe someone already asked you this question. In regards to your membership and status member, how is that going to work with status cards? Would a member still receive a status card?
No. So unless your status, right? Those are 2 separate things. Your status, you're going to have a status card. If you don't have status, but in the case that Saik'uz decides that they want to extend membership to people without status, they would not get a status card. Status is separate, totally separate. Do we have one more? Who else? Mel?
It's not more of a just maybe help to explain, to understand. So if I think of I'm Mel. If I think of this area, this currently, all membership have status. So all members of Saik'uz First Nation have status. So now we can customize our membership just like we customized our election code. Now we said before it was like 2-year terms, now it's 4-year terms. We did all those different things. We came together and did that probably 6 years ago, something like that. So the opportunity to do the membership code. So if we're voting about who we want as members, and we say maybe we're going to open it up to people who don't have status, the funding that Saik'uz would receive wouldn't increase, but the amount of people who would be wanting to have membership benefits would increase. So say, for an example, say we got $1,000 for education, and right now we say we had 20 people. So now 20 people could be eligible for that $1,000 of education or part of that pot. But say we want to increase our membership. Now maybe we have 30 people. Well, the pot doesn't increase because if they don't have status, they don't bring, then the government doesn't give us our money for that. So just to be very clear, and I think it was kind of like Dara when you were talking, just to remember that's why currently anybody who has membership does have status. But now we're talking about kind of dividing that. So none of the funding would increase, but we may have more people who want to access some of this funding, if that makes sense. Does that make sense, guys?
Possibility. Can I add anything to that?
Oh, absolutely.
Because you could say those kinds of, we'll call them entitlements, those kinds of benefits. Those kinds of benefits that come from Indian Act funding, you could say in your membership code, only folks with status are going to get that. So that would change. Like there's a lot of options, right? And then you might say that people who are not status but are members, maybe they only get to vote, right? You could make those kinds of distinctions in this code. Yeah.
I just want to speak for a moment about the status thing that you brought up, Gary. In another community, in a coastal nation, Gitga'at First Nation, I sat with a group of elders, women, who talked about some of them, their grandkids weren't eligible to be status, right? So we understand the distinction between 6-1 and 6-2 in your status designation. And so what we're seeing across the country is a decline in the amount of eligible status. So the number of people who can qualify under the Indian Act to be registered Indians is declining rapidly. And so while the money may not change, that's always been an issue. You also heard your council and a lot of presentations like from Jasmine about how the nation is working towards increasing benefits and opportunities for all members through own source revenue, government agreements, all that kind of stuff. So when you think about benefits, think about the context of those grandchildren. And maybe they might not be status members, but maybe they're citizens of Saik'uz Nation, and they have some benefits like recreation or education, those kinds of examples. And all of those things can be determined by community. Gary has a question. Oh.
Go for it.
Hello, my name is Max Thomas. I've been, I don't know, a member of Saik'uz for 57 years. My question is like we had a meeting like this, and we had several people up here that weren't status, and then we took a vote to get these people living here or whatever, like, and they weren't status, but how long would it take for them to become status, or could they become status? Like, I don't know, you see someone at the store, they don't look status, you know? Would, I don't know, I guess we're not having things like communication and like, or paperwork. Like a lot of people come out to these meetings, but I don't see this place half full today. I don't know. It doesn't make sense when we're supposed to have a full status reserve, and then you guys are helping the other people that are moving here. Like everyone should have equal rights on this reserve, because that's how we're working together to form unity. And that's what it's all about, togetherness. Not somebody trying to be better than the next person, or like trying to have the better jobs, or people are just working, or he's lazy, or whatever like that. Be supportive of each other, because if you're not, this won't last long. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a lovely message, actually. Kind of relating to what, is it Gary? What you just said? Max, sorry, Max. What Max said and what Lisa was saying. The math that Indian Affairs has done says there's going to be a slight increase for the number of people who have status, and then it's going to go like that. So back to Lisa's point, and I think to Max's point too, like that needs to be part of the consideration here, right? How does Saik'uz want to look into the future? Yeah. Any other questions? I really appreciate the questions. Yeah, thanks.
So
I just wanted to make a comment. The reason why we're doing this is because in the past, when we've had members that wanted to transfer or transfer back to the community, we just had it open like this. We had a show of hands. There has to be a better process. So that's why we want the election code. So, you know, or membership code, so that, you know, all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. The members who want to transfer need to put the work into it. And then they'll have to follow the guideline. Once we're done with all the community engagement, what do the community members want? Do we want to, you know, how do we want to open up the transfers to Saik'uz? Do we want a connection to the community or not? Because last year we had some, you know, people that wanted to transfer back to Saik'uz that really not necessarily had a blood connection to the community. So we need to have a guideline to follow so that, you know, everybody will know this is what you have to follow if you want to transfer to Saik'uz, right? Yeah, there's so many different communities that have different membership codes, so I think it's about time that we develop one. Yeah, thanks.
That's awesome. I'll just mention on that point, you know, Gitga'at First Nation that Lisa was mentioning, they have their own custom election code, and they mentioned that someone had applied to be a member of their First Nation because he liked fishing there. So they said no. But they had rules. They had rules to say, here's the process that we're going to follow. And yes, you've made your application, and we're still going to say no, right? Yeah. All right, if there's no more questions, one more, yeah.
Yeah, can a band member, not a status member, vote for chief and council? And one other question, would a band member have the same authority as a status member? Like a situation, I'll give you, for instance, like if I get someone that as a band member, not a status member, into our clan system.
Right.
And can that band member thinks he or she or that person has the authority to transfer, to sit other people down?
Wait, so this is about, on the clan point, clans have their own rules. Yeah, and clans are going to make their own rules, and this is not going to touch clan rules. It's going to touch membership and the first question, oh, well, if you've got band member status, God, the terms are just crazy. If you're a member but not a status member, or if you've got status, what's the difference between those two? Those are the questions we got to answer through this process, right? If you decide to open it up, right? So that's, your question is a good one, and it's going to take us a year to answer it. Okay. Oh, any more? Really appreciate it. Again, my name's Rez. This is Michelle. Lisa's going to be part of this as well as Ellery. And if you're interested in joining this committee, please fill out a form. Maybe Michelle can grab some of the forms and wave them around. Or again, email her or talk to Desiree. Thank you.
Thanks, Rez. So we're going to move in. It's 4 o'clock. We're right on schedule. We are going to move into the resolutions, community resolutions. And the way that we're going to do that, so we've been receiving resolutions over the last 2 days. We've aggregated them, meaning we've put them into, you know, if it's health related, if it's infrastructure, all those kinds of main programs and services under the nation. And we're going to ask staff to come up and address some of these. The resolutions, I would suggest they're not exactly resolutions. They read more like program recommendations and or requests for programs. Some of them are already in the works, so we're going to have staff come up and speak to them, and then we're going to bring forward the resolutions for the floor to adopt or not. So who do we have first?
We're gonna go. No, we're gonna come all together. Come on, staff. Jeremiah, Shawnee, Marie. I think Desiree has one. Okay. Okay, so we'll just go through, we'll kind of read through what we have and then answer the best we can. So one of the ones I have rides or trips to town for community on weekends. Unfortunately, there's just no way to do this. We don't have the funding, we don't have the transportation, we don't have anyone to be able to do this. We've got another one here. What are the people with quads riding back and forth on Mary John Street? So we are trying to address the ATV issue. There was a notice that went out last week I think. So yeah, so we are looking at addressing those issues. So keep sending in your concerns. When you have concerns, we've got incident reports here at the front. Come in, grab one from April, fill it out, and we are addressing each and every one. There's one here about the bus. So a more caring bus driver to drive community members. It is the town bus, so we don't really have much to do with it, but I still want you to put in your complaints. So if you have a complaint, again, come fill out an incident report, call me, let me know what happened, and we will address it with the District of Vanderhoof. And we do meet with them frequently, so. The last one is a security vehicle. So we do, Chief and Council just recently approved for us to take the fire chief's SUV, and we are using that as our new security vehicle. So I hope that answers questions. I think we'll get Marie to come next just because I will help with that one. Okay, so we have three different ones here from Benji, Alexis, but I don't think Benji's still here. So, but we are still going to talk about them, so.
Okay, so the first one is to ensure Saik'uz First Nation members are considered before any non-members for employment. It is actually in our hiring policy, and it says, the employer will ensure that the best candidate for the position is hired. Where candidates for the job are equally qualified, preference will be given to SFN members first. So we adhere to our hiring policy, but we also have to look at the qualifications, if they meet with the criminal record checks for the position, if they have a valid driver's license, and if they have a reliable vehicle. So those are usually on the job postings, and that's another item that we do look at. Also, so just to follow up on that, we also have on our postings, the last page, there we go. Preference will be given to qualified Indigenous applicants as per Section 41 of the Human Rights Code. So we also have that on our job postings, so it's clear that we have preference to Aboriginal, okay? Now, this second one is a mechanism to create verifying membership in attendance during membership meetings to ensure non-members do not attend unless invited. This I don't understand. That may be for you.
That's, I think, something we do.
Bring the mic over to
So I'm not too sure. I think
So I think this one and the next one kind of go together. So he's got for administration to identify and mitigate issues of service to membership. So something that we are working on currently is we've hired someone on a short-term contract to help develop policies and procedures. And one of them is event protocols. So that'll be for all events. I think one of the biggest things is that members sometimes feel that certain members are picked over others to attend events or to attend workshops or things like that. So we are going to create an event protocol to mitigate that problem. So that way we're running through a list and other people other than the same members all the time, and I think that's where Benji's coming from too, is maybe the non-members attending events and workshops and things over members. So we are developing that. We are developing a protocol for that. Okay, I'll let Jared go next.
Sure. Proposed motion is multiplex, the roof needs to be fixed, renovated ASAP. Yes, that is in the works right now. That is a funding thing, right? Like they say, money doesn't grow on trees, so yeah. But it is getting taken care of.
Just so they know they're being addressed.
Okay, Angel, David, and second by Darlene Barfoot. That what was.
So also with the multiplex, just so you know, Chief and Council are aware of it, and we're currently in the process of getting quotes to fix the multi-roof. And so that one, even though we may not have funding for it, they're gonna make sure we find funding for it.
This resolution is by Candace John, seconded by Darlene Barfoot. Build a program for youth to help elders chop wood and have tea, snow removal, grass cutting, yard maintenance year-round, plus connecting with youth and elders, right? And yeah, that is a great idea, and I know some of the men's group does that sort of stuff as well, right? So I mean, that's the reality of it, is just being a community, right? Just everybody can do it, right? Okay. A resolution by Cheryl Vandelar, second by Sharon Rafal. More activities for youth off reserve plus on reserve young children. So yes, last month there was in the multiplex schedule, there was intro to sports for the youth for like I think it was ages 6 to 10, and yeah, and nobody showed up. So yeah, but I will continue with that, of course. Yes. This other motion, Sharon Rafal, second by Cheryl Vandelar, want a volleyball court. Is that like an outdoor volleyball court? Oh, like an outdoor one though. Is that what she meant? Okay. Well, I mean, like that's like, yeah, definitely, like anything outdoor is great to have, right? Yeah. Along with the park, right? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. We've had tournaments here in the past, volleyball tournaments, right? So yes, it's always in the schedule. Volleyball's been a huge part of this reserve. Vanessa knows, yeah. She's played a lot. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's an idea to throw. Who is you're the manager of that, right? Yes. Another resolution by Jamie Antoine, seconded by Darlene Barfoot. Organization for monthly movie nights. Organize for monthly movie nights for youth and elders, community members. Yes, movie nights have been a thing. And yeah, we'll put that in the schedule for sure. For youth, elders, yeah, for all community members, for sure, definitely.
And Jeremiah's going to put out a schedule tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't mean to laugh out loud.
The first one I have is from Darlene Barfoot, and it's Elders, Activities, and Transportation to Culture Camp. We have transportation already set up for everybody in the community to go to Elders Camp. Or not Elders Camp, Culture Camp. You'd have to bear with me, I still have sick brain. And then the Elders Activities, we are trying to boost those up a little bit more, especially with Bianca Mitchell coming to community more frequently. So we have the Elders Tea coming up on the 14th. I know, it's just also staffing, we're just at full capacity. Yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. And there was a posting for the position for the elder coordinator as well, so. Okay, the next one I have is from Jamie Antoine, and it's sober dances with elder transportation with learning how to jig and line dance. I can't speak for the dances or the dance lessons, but if there was such a thing, I'm sure we could coordinate for elders to go. Yeah, good idea, Jeremiah. You can do that. Oh, Max?
And all that. Where is all this equipment going to be stored, and is it available for all band members?
Yeah, I don't.
And weed whackers aren't cheap.
Yeah, I don't have that answer. I'm sorry, Max.
So that's a Joel question or a Mickey question, and neither of them are here right now. So Max, we will get that answer for you. Okay?
This one is from Jamie Antoine as well, and it's have someone organize berry picking on weekends, paid carpool, and land learning. So I can coordinate with Jason Vickers about doing, he does land-based healing. I know he had previously mentioned doing a berry picking day, so we'll put that in the schedule for sure. This one's from Max Thomas. Have drug and alcohol meetings on weekends when people are more prone to use or drink. I think that is a good idea, Max. We have, yeah, so I don't currently have anyone that can work over the weekends, but we have so much programming during the week, and then I know in Vanderhoof as well, they have drug and alcohol meetings at the library on Sundays. I think it's at 5 too. I know is it at 6? Okay. Yep.
So I do drive members who are wanting to go to drug and alcohol. That starts at 6 p.m. at the library. There's a few members that already show up for that. And then we have also AA that also starts at 6:30 at CNC. Those days are for the AA is on Wednesday and Sunday on for the NA.
Thank you, Albert. This one's from Candace John, and it's support us in developing an addiction peer support group. go door to door for check-ins on active users and support one another. So we did have the outreach program with Raylene. We're hoping to get that up and going as well. It's just going to take some planning to do. And the outreach program, we did go door to door. We brought meals, we did check-ins, we did visits. So we're hoping to bring that back soon. Yeah, and there's the healing fires, there's women's group, there's men's group, there's, yeah. Celebrate Recovery on Mondays with Lydia. And this one's from Jamie Antoine. Men's group to be paid to help elders with bringing in chopping wood, grocery shopping help. I think a lot of the men's group is just based on like a volunteer basis. And like I could look into seeing what I can help with financially to see what else we can do for that. Yeah, that's a good point. We have special projects as well, and they help a lot with that kind of stuff.
So most of the special projects does help out with a lot of the community stuff. We do help out with a lot of elders, mostly chopping wood. We also do a little bit of house cleaning. Warren does some awesome house cleaning. He's one of my best house cleaners. Doesn't want to use the outfit yet, but I'm hoping soon. Like I said, special projects does help out with a lot of stuff. We help out with cleaning your house. We help out with removal of any old stuff, because you know the accumulation of garbage, it kind of makes people a little don't want to be there, right? There was a few people where we've taken the time to clean out all of their garbage, and now their houses are immaculate. And some people, they just need a hand on those situations. So like I said, if you guys ever need any kind of assistance with that, then that's what Special Projects does, right?
Oh, we got a question.
Okay, we've got some questions. Oops, I just knocked over the baby stroller.
Is there, Lindsay, is there, you know, when an elder goes into the hospital or to the doctor, is there somebody there that can help assist the elders to, you know, say, you know, this is what you need to do and blah, blah, blah. Just an advocate for them, because sometimes the elders, they don't know what to say to the doctors, and then they figure, okay, they're smart, they know what they're doing, but yet they don't explain exactly what they're going through.
Are you referring to a liaison? Yeah. A liaison. So I have a contact for one at the health center. I don't have her contact info off the top of my head, but if you want, I can give you a call next week and I can pass it along to you. I believe she also has cards at the front of the health center too. Yeah, she's really lovely. And if you don't want to get a hold of her, you can always call me and I'll call her and tell her to get her butt in town. Did you have a question, Max? Thank you.
All right, mine is from a signature. So I just signed this one, moved by, but seconded by DD Alexis. So just a suggestion to have better communications with off-reserve band members. Right, so the best one that I could think of would be Facebook, social media. If you don't have any, we have the survey just to ask where you are, what's the best way to communicate with you. We can also do like probably put up a hub, say CSFS would have this billboard where they put on their post, right? So but you will still have to go in and look at that billboard, right? Get into the building. CSTC can also put out some posters for us, right? I've seen also posters over at the House of Ancestors. So things like that. Otherwise, we have the survey just to suggest what works for you. You can also email us through communications@saik'uz.com. But right now, the best one would be the Facebook page. And if the algorithm is a bit confusing, then you can use the app. Otherwise, it will be posters for everyone. Yeah, and you can call the band office, update your information, send in your email so that you can also be receiving the newsletters.
Thanks, honey. Yeah, Mar, I'm just gonna ask you this question. What if these people don't have a phone or access to internet? How are they supposed to get a hold of you on Facebook or?
Yeah, if they have access to.
I said if they don't have a phone,
Yeah.
how are they supposed to get a hold of you on Facebook and that?
That'll be quite challenging.
Right?
Yeah, the only way is to physically be here and then just tell us like what works for you, right? So, if they have someone, a relative or someone who has access to phone,
They're off reserve. They're not on reserve.
yeah, if they have someone with them off reserve who has access to phone, relative or something, right? But other than that, it will best one would be physical. Just
But then put out. Why don't you put out flyers in Prince George where our people go?
that can be an option. So
Yeah.
we're thinking about additional manpower or
Yeah.
someone representative.
That would be a good idea, right? That's communication.
Right, and then it would have to be a single hub, right? We can't have people doing door to door in Prince George. So
No, I mean just put it where
yeah,
our people go,
yeah.
and then that way.
We have to announce to everyone, though there's still like social media or phone type of thing for them to know.
Right.
There still has to be a physical or like a personal touch so that they would know, right? So we're doing this announcement to this hub. Please go there whenever you can
Yeah.
for recent updates. So
Yeah,
that's a good idea as well.
Thank you.
I was just going to suggest maybe we could have a mailing list and people can receive the Saik'uz smoke signals if they want, off reserve. And we just will make sure in the smoke signals, we'll have like the contact numbers for all the departments, but just continue that repetition. And then, I mean, if we all get our newsletter stuff in before the 20th, right, it would be relevant for that month. So maybe we could start to see that and just see how the feedback is.
Right.
As a
And-
suggestion.
Yeah, and just updating the addresses and everything so that we have everything. So the challenge that we're getting is that not everyone really receives even the newsletter. So there's a need to update your email address. So if you know someone who does not and has access to online, but still needs that digital newsletter, please communicate. And I've always asked Sasha to update, put this one in, even with the Zoom webinar, right? So we do our best to reach out with everyone.
Also, maybe a suggestion. Is there any chance that we be able to have an audio, like how the school does it, the audio thing that gets sent out to every member within our community? That if you just send out one request and then it sends out to phone numbers, like how they do it for the school district when kids are missing. An automated thing goes out to the out to the parent or out to every community member, and then that way, at least then that way, it's audio and digital.
When they
So
didn't attend school.
yeah, that's right. You know what I'm talking. You know what I'm talking. That way, it's audio, right? It's somebody gets a phone call and says, "Look, you." that might be a solution there too, if people don't do internet or media stuff, right?
You still have phone. You need to still have phone with that one to hear, right?
Okay, smoke signals then, I don't know.
Signals, yeah. So the physical aspect of it, right? So.
Okay, are there any more questions for Mar on communications? I see Cheryl. Anyone else?
I was just wondering about like these resolutions. Before we used to vote on it. So what is the process now? Are you leaving it up to the workers?
Nope.
To follow through, or has it changed?
So just before we went in, for everyone who wasn't there, all the resolutions are actual resolutions. So I have some here that are for voting. A lot of them are program suggestions, like what we've heard. They're not what I would call resolutions. They're ideas for programs and service delivery. So we're asking the staff to speak to the specific programs and services, because some of the questions and ideas, they're actually underway. They're already started. And so that was the idea, was to bring staff so that they can speak to those recommendations or suggestions that already are in play.
Okay.
After they're done, then we have resolutions to vote on.
And that's the reason why we're here, so that our band members can feel that they can put forward recommendations or ideas so that they feel that they're being heard.
Yeah.
And like we're the ones who make up this community.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we want to think big, not small, and we want bigger buildings for our reserve and bigger things for those children to play on and to enjoy life, and for elders. If the elders are just going to be at home and doing not much, then that shortens their life. And if they're around, like even like a garden tea for our community to have a garden time, a tea, then the elders, like, it helps them to be happy to see what the reserve is doing. And that brings good endorphins in their brain, and that makes them happy. So, thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. I think, this morning we started off talking about connection coming out of yesterday and the big gap. I know, Jeremiah, you identified fighting technology with youth. I think as a whole society, we're in a dangerous place where we're seeing phone and technology interface as the same thing as human-to-human relationships, and they're not. And so connection was something I invited everyone to think about today. There's lots of programs and services and good recommendations for how to increase them and make them more meaningful. It's really important. And as Jeremiah said, we also have, we think about community and what role people play in community, in family. And so we'll continue to have the staff address the programs and services, and then we'll do the resolutions.
I got a question for communication and Jeremiah. For the communication, maybe going out, you do the newsletters and stuff like that, and whatever that's going on in the band. Maybe you could add in going out to visit an elder or knowledge holder or whatever, and get some insights and write just like a little journal on them and stuff, and just so that people, they could see that, because not everybody knows, like, say one of the elders, she passed away, and nobody really talked with her and knew where she was, what she held, and all this stuff. And she held a lot of information, so even if you could try to do that, Jeremiah, I think you do pretty good, but more more information on times it's open and whether like time allotted for either exercises or sports or stuff like that, and especially to try to get the elders out and about moving. I don't know if that's your program too, or maybe if you work with health or whatever. I think that there's fall under health, because I think a lot of you all do a marvelous job, and like communications with the elders and the community is so big. Thank you.
So this resolution's for housing. Preventative housing maintenance program be implemented to conduct annual
Would it be possible to get a list of elders who want visitors and do like a sign-up sheet and just have people drop in and check in on elders? Because I'm hearing yesterday and today that they need elders to be checked on. Is this something that would be possible in the future, maybe?
Thank you, Carrie. We are going to be posting for an elder coordinator, and they'll do a lot of that. So doing the check-ins and doing outings and things like that. Thank you.
Any other people that you want checked or need checking, then we'll put them on our list.
For those of you that are online that may not have heard Albert, what he said is the men's group does routine wellness checks, and all they need are the names of people, elders or otherwise, that you would like to have checked on and make sure that they're well. Albert, can people just come and talk to you directly? Okay, yeah. So see Albert.
Yeah, I have a, Albert, why do you need names of the elders? You know all the elders on this reserve. Why don't you just take that time to go and see them, even 5 minutes? You know all the elders on this reserve. And you don't need names, like Lindsay doesn't need names. She knows all the elders too. Just get somebody to drop in like 5 minutes and say, hi, how are you doing, you know? It just makes that elder feel that they're loved and that they are a part of this community, right? That's all it is.
I think sometimes it's really hard to make time in the day to go do all of those home visits, right? But what I do if I don't have time to go out into the community is I'll do just call check-ins. You know that. And sometimes some elders don't want to be visited. They don't want people in their house. They don't want that, right? So. Not at the moment. It's
Maybe the CHR, once you hire them, they could do that check in 5 minutes.
yeah, absolutely.
Darlene, I myself look at Marlene, Kwa, Irene, Chester, and Mark Barfoot. Those are the people that I personally go there and check myself. There are a few other guys that do wellness checks as well, but I don't think they're as thorough as what I do. Okay?
Thank you. I'm going to ask Desiree to come and speak to housing.
Okay, there's a resolution for housing. Preventative housing maintenance program be implemented to conduct annual inspections of nation-owned homes before major deterioration occurs. Moved by Jamie Antoine, seconded by Darlene Barfoot. Thank you, members who boarded this resolution. Preventative maintenance and regular home inspections are important tools in identifying concerns early, helping to extend the life of our homes and reducing the need for more costly repairs in the future. As I'm still new to the housing manager role, I appreciate hearing these recommendations and understand the value of developing a more proactive approach to housing maintenance. The housing department has already begun moving in this direction by engaging an external contractor to complete condition assessments on in-nation homes. Approximately 40 homes were selected at random by an external contractor for assessment, and we are currently working to increase that number so additional homes can be included. Participation in these assessments remains voluntary. While not all occupants choose to participate, we continue to encourage involvement wherever possible. I will also explore potential funding opportunities and available programs that may support preventative maintenance initiatives and future inspection programs. While I cannot make commitments at this time regarding funding or implementation, I'm committed to researching available options and bringing forward recommendations for consideration. But I'll just reiterate that what I said yesterday. If you do have any maintenance concerns, so please bring them forward with the work order forms we have available. They're over at the front desk and also at the booth outside. Submitting these early concerns does prevent bigger, more costly issues down the road.
Great. Just a question, Desiree, and I don't know if you have the answer, but how often is the housing asset inventory system updated? Is it every 5 years?
The assessments?
Yeah.
I do not know the answer at the moment, but I can definitely write that down.
Okay. I think it's comprehensive, though, done by like housing inspectors and stuff like that every 5 years or something. I can't remember.
Whenever we kind of get the funding for that.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the new process, as you heard, is there's forms available at the front desk. If you have any concerns about your housing maintenance, and they start identifying them early and give them off to Desiree as she works to develop her program. Okay, go ahead, Shani.
Resolution, any job opportunities need to be clear post for all Saik'uz, moved by Harold Alexis, second by Kelsey Antoine. At the moment, we do have postings on the website, the app, Dahu 10, the bulletin outside of our education department office. We have a career fair annually. There's job postings on the Canada Job Board, education Facebook page, Work BC weekly job posting. We do have postings in the education department, in social assistance department, and Work BC. Take that one. The next one is more training courses and job opportunities. Moved by Cyrus Quaz, seconded by Dennis. So we had a suggestion box on our education table in the hallway this last couple of days. Members are welcome to come and visit the education department to share interests. Training's available on a case-by-case basis based on interest and goals. We do put on training, but then we fight with filling the seats. So it's up to members to come in and show interest and to, ask for these courses. Our door is always open, like we always say, so you're more than welcome. resolution. Work program support for young adults. There are 18-year-olds did not graduate, paid for work special projects, wood cutting for elders, snow removal and beautification, yard cleanup, ones who cannot get jobs without grade 12, cannot get SA until 19 years old. Moved by Jamie Antoine, second by Geraldine Johnny. So sometimes in our department we have to depend on funding and criteria opportunities. We do have a targeted wage for like one position, 3 to 6 months. Some programs have age requirements. Some programs have income assistant clients criteria. And the capacity, like which was said yesterday about having a supervisor to supervise these members to, to work and to, learn on the job. And our doors are always open. We see plenty of opportunity that is available. Just come and see us.
Shani, is there any upcoming training or any dates?
Yes, actually. I forgot about this. So we, in collaboration with CNC, starting next Tuesday, July the 14th, there's a Wellness Matters. It's a one-day course. We have 5 registered. We have 10 seats. July 21st, Computer Basics. August 4th and 5th, Digital Fundamentals. August 11th, Money Matters for Indigenous People. And August 18th, Find Your Future. So this will be from 9 to 3 here at the band office, lunch provided. So just come and see Mariah and I, and we can register you. So yeah, we have seats available.
Really nice poster here. Is this something that's available for people to take a look at? It's out at the desk? Okay, so reminder out at the booth, there's been all this stuff, and so I don't know if it'll be there again, or it'll be there after, or tomorrow? No? Okay, come and see you. Your
yes,
door's
we have it
open.
on.
Perfect.
I'm just thinking for the Money Matters. Last year a lot of people said they couldn't maybe read the financials at the AGA, so that won't be till the fall. So I think that maybe anybody who wants to maybe learn how to or be refreshed on how to read a financial stuff, maybe they would do that at the Money Matters. So that sounds like a really good workshop that could prepare you to be looking at things when we do the one-day AGA when our audit is complete.
And the age is, they said it's 18 and up, but they are waiving that for us just to bring in the students, our current summer students right now. So anyone that's interested.
Yep, it's great.
I just want to touch on this training as well. So this has been put on in the community before. It's in partnership with the College of New Caledonia. It's funded through the Community Adult Learning Program. So this program is designed to improve literacy skills, numeracy skills, and foundational skills. So for this training, actually, we've been trying to target some SA clients. It's a great entry-level training that can have something that adds to your resume. The Money Matters talks a lot about budgeting, so that could be for groceries. So it's very entry-level, so don't be afraid to come sign up or show interest, and it's probably going to be something that we can keep doing in the future. So yeah, come express interest. Thanks.
That's wonderful. Any questions? Okay, Geraldine.
Say for the special needs students or even the adults, what kind of jobs are there available for them? Because there's special needs, and they still need to make some kind of living to feed themselves and stuff like that. So just a thought.
Yeah, it just comes down to supervision, like, and the funding part of it, like, yeah, and the criteria, like our dollars are targeted to on reserve, members, and then, like, it's just really, there's so much red tape, it feels like, then if we don't have the dollars to train and supervise, then it's like, what do we do? So, yeah, I don't really have a good answer for that one.
I think it's something that has been identified as a need, right?
Yeah.
And something I think that we experience. My own son is autistic, so I
Mhm.
think about those things as well.
Mhm.
But I think the recommendation is to identify it as a need and something that could be addressed, maybe if there's an opportunity that comes forward.
Yeah, my question is to you, Shawnee and Mariah, is that like there is a program they had in Prince George for people and youth and adults that are that have special needs. They have taught them how to live on their own, how to budget, how to clean themselves, everything. Maybe you should look into that for the special needs of our people. Because that would be a good asset for them to learn to live on their own and learn to budget their own money and stuff. Because I've known quite a few of our members had went through that, and they are living on their own now. And they're young men. And they got a lot out of this program. Maybe that's what you should look into for our special needs children on this reserve. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll look at it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Are we ready for resolutions? Ha ha! Good one. 10 to 5. Okay. So I would just want to acknowledge the staff. It's not easy to stand up here. Let's give them a round of applause. They do good, hard work. I think it's very fair to say that the staff come with their hearts as well as their minds. So it's really important to acknowledge them and recognize that they're doing their best. So I'm going to speak to the motions for a minute, or resolutions. So we received 3 resolutions that were almost the same, and they speak to the proposed motion is having free rent for elders and then more trips for elders. So all 3 resolutions are the same, and so we had them moved by Brian Thomas, Dennis Thomas, and Penny Thomas, and seconded by Dennis, Penny, and Dennis again. What I'm going to do is I've rewritten this into a motion. So remember earlier we talked about how budgeting starting this year for next fiscal is going to be taken over by the Finance and Audit Committee, which has the manager, the finance manager, and the general manager on it. So this is how I've rewritten the motion. For the Finance and Audit Committee to prepare options. Do we want to do the resolution? Okay, listen up. The rewrite of the motion is for the Finance and Audit Committee to prepare options. 1, for elder rent subsidy. 2, for enhanced programs and services, including elder trips, enhanced weekly programs, and holistic health. That's the motion. It's to find the money in the budget to increase elders programming and provide options for elder rent subsidies. Do I have a mover? Darlene Barfoot. And who will second? I'll take Max. He was right there. Okay. Now we're going to vote, all right? So we have to do all those in favor. All those in favor of the proposed motion? Can we do a count? If you're a member, you can raise your hand. It doesn't matter if you're on staff. If you're a member, you can raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Gary, you're trying to trick me. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. 38, 39. 40, Sharon, all right. So we have 40 for the motion. Are there anybody against? And online, how many are voting online? I always forget, there's a whole... Just type yes if you agree. So we have 40 in the room. Patrick says, I think Patrick supports that too. Right up there. Mar, do you have a count? I've seen a couple yeses. Okay, so 42. So 42 in favor. Any opposed? Anybody not want this motion? 43. Okay. Nobody opposes the motion. Is anybody abstaining? Not wanting to vote for either reason or for either way? Okay, this motion is carried. Yoo-hoo! Okay, so the next, there was 2 resolutions that were proposed, and they have to do with capital infrastructure. So one is a new community hall that is open for all members for all events. This was moved by Nicole Thomas and seconded by Benji Alexis. The second resolution is to build a homeless shelter. This is moved by Candace John and seconded by Darlene Barfoot. So what we've done is I've amended the resolutions because in order to get any capital asset built in community, you have to demonstrate need. And I wonder if a homeless shelter would be the solution or if it's a family approach. Those kinds of questions come into my mind. And when I think about the council presentations and the other presentations, they've been about demonstrating how council is moving towards a more strategic, planned out, and thoughtful approach to development. So the modification to the resolution is to complete a I'm told there is a comprehensive community plan. So it's to update the the resolution is to update the comprehensive community plan to identify needs and priorities for new capital assets, including 1, a new community hall, and 2, a homeless shelter. Do I have a mover for this resolution? So I'll go back through a little bit of background. So ISC doesn't just give you a building because you want it. You have to demonstrate need. And every 5 years, in the old days, they used to do these things called physical development plans. And it basically would prioritize what the needs were for physical development on reserve. Now, it's called comprehensive community planning, and it's more than just how many people there are, those kinds of things. It's also about language, culture, youth, holistic health. Stella 10, for example, has an amazing comprehensive community plan that was done with UBC students. And it looks at 40 years of how language is going to be a priority. And now look, they have a language certificate program, right, Michelle? Like, it's pretty cool. So comprehensive community plan is like, it would, I would say, quantify the need. A is their need. Yes, we know there's need. Why? Because we've done this big community planning process. We know very clearly that our priorities are elders, youth, and language and culture. So that's the kind of foundational exercise that you need before you can apply to ISC for a building. So this is why I've modified it to do a step first, which is your due diligence. Understand what the needs are clearly, what the costs of the building will be, and whether or not there are other solutions to be had. So again, I'm going to go through the modified resolution to update the comprehensive community plan, which identifies needs and priorities for capital assets. 1, including a new community hall, and 2, a homeless shelter. Is there a mover for this motion? No, I'm saying, like, if like, let's say, for example, like, I have a son who's autistic, right? I'll use this as an example. So I'm going to be focused on autism programs, right? But maybe there's only 10 youth or people with autism in community. So it doesn't fully, it's not enough to think about a $2 million building for autism programming. Do you see what I'm saying? It might be that the need is for family shelter, right? It might be that you need immediate services for families as opposed to just a single bed homeless shelter. That's what I'm talking about, understanding the specific needs of community and making sure that the development matches that need.
They're already building a clan house for the families. We are talking about the homeless people that are being shoved aside every time we bring this up. Oh, we don't have the space. Like, the old band office would have been a perfect place for a homeless shelter, but that went down. And now they have a new health station coming up, and I thought that maybe they could turn that health station they have now into a homeless shelter. Like, utilize the buildings. Like,
Yep.
that's what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking of a brand new building.
Okay. So it's more like about providing opportunities for homeless people.
Yes.
Okay, so what if we split this into a different motion, and the motion is, again, the FAC committee, because it's not just the building, it's all the people that have to be there to run it, right? So that's staff costing. So I'm going to suggest that the motion or the resolution be modified to this. Let's think about it. Tell me what you think, Darlene. But that the Finance and Audit Committee prepare options for homeless, I don't want to just say shelter, but homeless program supports, including shelter. What do you think about that? Okay, so the resolution is this: for the Finance and Audit Committee to prepare options for homeless programs and supports, including housing. Okay, do I have a mover? Mike Sayer. And a seconder, Geraldine. Johnny. Sorry, I forgot your last name. You got that one better? Yeah.
Don't know that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, you know, there's been some work done on, you know, kind of our Canadian, what our current context is. And most people are just a couple paychecks away from not having a home, right? So that's the reality. So I agree. I think that's really important. So the other resolution was about the community hall. In this case, I'm going to go back. I'm going to do the same resolution, which is the Finance and Audit Committee prepare options or think about the build of a new community hall. Do I have a mover? Cheryl Vandelar? Do I have a seconder? I'm blanking. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't. Michael, okay, thank you. All right, so we have two resolutions on the table. One is for the Finance and Audit Committee to provide options to provide programs and services for those people who are not housed, including a possible shelter and wraparound programs and services. We're going to vote on this one first. So all those in favor, this is the tricky part. I need someone to help me with the online votes, okay? All those in favor of supporting enhanced programs and services for people without homes. Okay, I'm going to start over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. I think that's everyone. No, I got behind me first. 34. And online.
Three and four from Riley David, she says yes.
Okay, so
So it's
30.
four.
So 38. Anyone opposed to that? Anyone abstain? Any abstentions? Okay, that motion is passed. The second motion is similar, but it's for the preparation of options. So the Finance and Audit Committee to complete or to prepare a set of options to explore the construction of a new community hall. All those in favor, raise your hand. I'll start on to my left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Albert, did I, or sorry, 29. I thought you were Albert. Albert's over there. 30, 31, 32. Okay, 32 I have online.
3 online.
35. Okay. Anyone opposed to that resolution? Any opposition? 1. Okay. Any abstentions? That motion is carried. So those are the voting resolutions. There was one other resolution that was put forward, and it had to do with drug use. And you know, I think ultimately what it comes down to is what Albert was speaking to yesterday about connection and about finding the space and time in our hearts to build community and to build relationships. I know that this continues to be an ongoing concern for community and for council, and I don't think that there's a day go by that it doesn't get discussed at some level. So this is ongoing, ways to support people in holistic health, in ways to support recovery and living clean are always on staff and council minds. So I just want to bring that forward. And this brings us to the end of day 2 for the AGA. Rodney? All right. Rodney's going to pray and close our meeting.
Not play, pray. Jinyan, stand up, young ones. Just like to thank the Creator today for giving us this day to discuss what is happening on our land and what we have to do. When Chief and Council gets wind of things that we have to do, we have to put things down and go towards that. I think we're doing a pretty good job of that. You got to remind yourself we need to spend money to get more money. So that in reality, that's the way it is. If you want us to go forward, it's going to cost money. So we always keep that in the back of our minds and how we spend our money the best way we can. It's thank the hands that make the food first to give us health, give us strength in our mind, to keep us strong, to keep us together. And always keep in mind that we need to keep our culture within us for our potlatch system. We have to keep that alive. So when I'm old and gray and I pass away, those kids know what to do when they take care of me. So that's one of my things I've been thinking the last couple of days. So thank you for showing up, Nastalia. Elders first.